Ah, yes, folks. Brilliant new day is dawned, folks. It is I, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. And I'm sending an invite out to Zig Mover if he would like to join me this evening. And folks, yes, your king of extreme is here with you, folks. It has been an amazing, a momentous occasion. There's so many things to discuss this evening. And folks, as you know, always humble in victory, always so modest. In fact, I'm the most humble, the most modest. No motherfucker out there is more modest or humble than me. And I, as your continued champion and the continued tribal chief of the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, um, as we get into that, I have a guest that I brought in for this introductory, the one, the only Zig Mover. You know, let's get your picture. There we go. That's a little
Hey,
more
what's
like
up?
it. How we did. No, don't get me wrong. I mean, Zig Mover. I mean, keeping the tribal chief just as large as possible for as much ocular pleasure for the viewing public. I totally get that. I mean, but in the interest of fairness, how are we doing?
It's simply because I wasn't eligible. That's the reason you're still there, reigning,
Oh,
defending, undisputed champion. Is simply because I wasn't eligible to be there and do picks.
because
So,
you did call Damian Priest. I got to give you that one. I'm gonna have because Tony's got the scorecard. He will let me know because he was just so disgusted. He didn't even want to come back on. Like I saw him come back on, then he saw me gloating, and then he's just like, "Fuck that." No, because he knew I was like,
I didn't really care about this about this pay-per-view though. Like honestly, I thought there was like maybe 2 good matches, and the rest of the things were that great.
and that's what this was.
Yeah,
it was 2 good matches and a bunch of stuff that nobody really cared about.
Yeah,
I mean, am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong at all. You're not wrong.
I mean, like that's the unfortunate reality of this is now for me, I was farming. I as you may or may not know, I'm a farmer by profession, and I was out irrigating all day, and I literally run home while the pay-per-view is going, hop into the shower, just get the dust of the day off of me, hop back on, basically as the Damian Priest Bad Bunny match is starting. So that was the pay-per-view start for me. And I gotta say, if you're starting from there, great show. But all the stuff that came before, I was listening to Tony on the way, and it didn't sound as impressive.
Yeah, all the stuff that came before the Bad Bunny match was a cure for insomnia. It was really sleep inducing. I fell asleep multiple times. Like I'm going to shut my eyes, rest my eyes for a bit, and then like 30 minutes passed, and I open my eyes, and I'm like, oh, the pay-per-view is still going or whatever. But like no, like most of the matches weren't that great. The Zelina match, Rhea Ripley match is pretty fun to watch, just because like it's Rhea Ripley, she puts on good matches. I'm kind of fed up with Bianca Belair matches. I don't think she's that entertaining, but that's just me. So,
well, yeah, I'm looking for. Tony was describing Zelina Vega's attire this evening, and it sounded like it was basically she was Captain Puerto Rico.
Yeah, she was Captain Puerto Rico. That's true.
Trying to find yeah, okay, now that I see it, yeah, she was fucking Captain Puerto Rico coming out against mommy Rhea Ripley. And a philosopher king, Tantui Ten Man, said in the comments something that I know you don't want to, like, even if nobody wants to admit it, Rhea Ripley is the WWE Universe's current waifu.
Yep.
I'm not wrong. Nope. Like she is, like, it was Trish Stratus back in the day before we knew what a waifu was, but now it's Rhea. Let's see.
Bandit. It was Trish Stratus, then it was Alexa Bliss. Now it's Rhea. So yeah.
Yep. Tony is like, he went from irrigation to irritating. LOL. He didn't say that. He was thinking it. It's, but so to me, I missed the first hour and a half of the show, but then the last part of it was really worthwhile. The Damian Priest match with Bad Bunny. I got to give Damian some credit here. That motherfucker can sell his ass off. Like, I mean, he made me a believer. Like, for a minute, I was like, oh, Damian, don't tap out to a figure 4 leg lock. I'm never gonna, like, every time I see him coming to the ring, I'm gonna be like, yeah, that's the guy who tapped out to Bad Bunny to a figure 4 leg lock. And he got out of it. And yeah, Bad Bunny got the W, but it was,
well, he tapped out, but they still put him over really strong because of like how much damage Bad Bunny was doing to his leg up until that point. So they put him over really, really strong.
don't get me wrong. I'm a believer in Damian Priest now going forward. Bad Bunny, Or no, it was a Canadian destroyer that Bad Bunny put out.
It was a Puerto Rican destroyer. They call it the Puerto Rican destroyer. Or the bunny destroyer. They call it the bunny destroyer, and then I'm like, no, it's a Puerto Rican destroyer. And they're like, and then Graves corrected Cole. He's like, no, that's a Puerto Rican destroyer. It's not the bunny destroyer.
That just makes my head hurt. Just all of that, like it's just like, ugh. But now the one that now I'm curious. Did you have the Bloodline or did you have Zayn?
I had the
Owens?
bloodline losing, but
Okay, so I would have actually retained via tie then if you were
yeah.
eligible tonight. So and,
Yeah.
oh, that is it always kind of feels cheap unless you're the champion, of course, because it's kind of the idea of like in a disqualification, when the ref calls the bell, the champion retains in the event of a disqualification. So in the event of a tie, the champion retains. And so like you would have been very close. You'd be like, it'd be one of those brand new call-ups that almost makes good, like Kevin Owens versus Cena. It was that close. And so yes, it's a good tie. But yeah, this one, I got a little nervous, gonna be honest, betting on the Bloodline. I was little nervous there for a little while. I was like, no, they're just trying to lull Kevin, Sammy, and Matt into a false sense of security, right?
When Solo about to spike Jay, I'm like, fucking do it. Go ahead, do it. You know you want to do it.
And I was just like, no, come on, Solo. Yeah, think of Thanksgiving, think of Christmas, think of all those dinners with the Bloodline. You don't want to make that all awkward, Solo. Come on now. Like, let's just let bygones be bygones. And it looks like the Bloodline is able to do that. And it's what allowed me to maintain my title gold this evening. But there was another match, which I actually really like the finish of this. Brock versus Cody. What was your thoughts on this?
I'm going to be honest. I was on the shitter during that match.
Fair enough.
I'll go back and watch it. I heard my dad said it was pretty good, so I'll go back
it
and
was
watch it.
kind of short. Like I'll give you the cliffs here. Brock throws a lot of suplexes.
Of course.
Before the match started, Cody just wails on Brock with some steps and a chair and just goes to work on him with that. And so that's kind of sets the tone of the match where Brock's always kind of on the back foot. Cody hits his double finish, kick out. He hits the Cody cutter, kick out. Brock counters the crossroads into an F5 2 count. It was real back and forth. And then Brock out of nowhere starts bleeding like a stuck pig. Cody just starts decking him in the face, opening it up. And I was kind of shocked because I thought bleeding was banned, but this was clearly a blade job. Cody's covered in Brock's blood. Then, just beautiful. Brock grabs Cody in the Kimura, and I'm thinking, oh, fuck. Here we go. Cody rolls up high, puts Brock's shoulders on the mat. While Brock won't let go of the hold. Ref counts 1, 2, 3. Cody Rhodes wins the match, and I retain against Chicken as well. So yes, folks, your champion, a true fighting champion. So Cody, he's going to be heading into Clash of Champions, Night of Champions, Super Ultimate Royal Rumble of Champions, whatever they're going to call it this week, with some beating Brock momentum against Finn Balor. And I hear they've been kind of adding some interesting twists and turns to the World Heavyweight Championship.
Yeah.
I'm curious, where do you think it goes from there?
I still think my prediction's solid. I still think it's going to be Seth Rollins was almost at Night of Champions again.
I think so.
Yeah,
I haven't heard anything.
Because Almost is a free agent, so he can go anywhere. So I think he can show up on the tournament on SmackDown, whatever. I think they're probably going to swerve it to where he shows up on a tournament on Raw, and he faces Seth Rollins, and Seth Rollins somehow beats him, so he shows up on a tournament on SmackDown, or something like that. Or I don't know how they're going to do that, but I want to see I think they're going to push Amos regardless if they want to or not, but I don't think Amos is going to win a belt. So, it's
I
whatever.
like I know no like I you have no idea how much I sincerely hope they do this. I sincerely hope that Roman Reigns enters the tournament and wins the World Heavyweight Championship belt. Like, you have no idea how much that would amuse me. To like, and now Roman just got 3 belts when he comes down. Make up all the belts you want. Roman is still your tribal chief and the head of the table. And so, like, to me, that'd be ultimate. But like, no, it's a second place consolation prize is what the World Heavyweight Championship is for. Now, I think what would be even funnier is if Cody lost, didn't win the belt. Like,
I don't want to see Cody anywhere near this tournament.
He's probably going to win it.
I don't want to. No, he should win the main prize, which is Roman Reigns' title. I don't want to see him anywhere near this tournament.
Unfortunately, this is a thanks for coming second prize because Roman's going to hold that belt for years. Like, I keep telling Tony, get ready for the reign of Roman Sammartino. It's coming. He's going to turn heel and babyface at least 3 times over his title.
He only has 30 more days to reach 1,000 days. So after that 30 days, which is around SummerSlam, he's going to drop. I think he's going to drop the title around SummerSlam or Survivor Series.
I think the office made this second belt to keep these belts on Roman for a long, long time. That's my thought. Because the rumor is like Vince and Co. in the back, they want to rewrite the record books. They want to rewrite it with new faces, and Roman and this current title reign is as close as they're ever gonna get to being able to rewrite the Bruno Sammartino title reign. And so I think they're going to go whole hog with it. Roman's going to start going to Hollywood and being like Fast and Furious 15 with undisputed Universal Champion Roman Reigns. Like, and I could see that starting to happen.
So Bruno Sammartino held the title for 1,200 days. So if we calculate out the 1,200 days, it's probably till close to next WrestleMania.
No, somebody did the math, and his longest reign was thousands of days long.
It was 1,200 days. It's 1,200 days. I'm looking at it right now.
That's the first reign. Look up his longest reign though. Bruno Sammartino's longest reign. He's gonna have to hold it for a few years to match that. That's the problem. Is he's gonna have to hold it for years to overtake Bruno Sammartino. And I think Vince is just crazy enough to do it. I mean, we've got Vincent Price McMahon at the head of the table now. So, and he's technically Dana White's boss now, too. Son of a bitch, he won, didn't he? We all went in the pool with old Vinnie Mac. But yeah, that's quite a title reign to overcome. That's like so, but I think the tribal chief is the man to do it. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they do over the years to try and keep it fresh because I think he's going to turn heel and babyface several times in the same reign. I think he's going to hold on to these belts for several years. And literally, somebody did the math. In order for him to defeat Bruno Sammartino's longest reign, he would have to hold the belt until Backlash of 2028.
There's no way he's holding the belt that long. There's no way.
Acknowledge your tribal chief, Zick Hoover.
There's no way.
I'm a believer. Acknowledge your tribal chief.
There's no way.
Now you see why Tony laughs so much. You see why.
You're ridiculous. You're so ridiculous.
2,803 days. Not. I'm sorry. We've got the tribal chief that is well on his way to making this happen, folks. I mean, who's ever going to do it? Who's ever going to come this close ever again? No one. And so with each passing day, he gets closer and closer to that finish line. It becomes more and more tantalizing and enticing. So to me, I think it's one of those just inevitabilities. I think he's eventually going to be the man to overtake Roman Reigns. He's going to be the man to not Roman Reigns, the man to overtake Bruno Sammartino. Now, like I said, it's an insane reign to have to overcome, but
There's no way. There's no way he's gonna do this reign. Like there's no possible way
well,
at
they
all.
also said it was no possible way for Roman to beat Cody at WrestleMania. Tony said there was no way I was going to retain my championship here tonight. So, I mean, many impossibilities are always possible, Zigmover. The impossible is possible. Okay? Like that's let's see. Bandit says, so 7 years, 8 to 9 months. Pretty close, pretty close. So, I mean, he's already well on the way. Okay? He's just got another 4 to go. That's all.
Well, they're making a big deal about like 1,000 days, so I don't think he's going to hold it more than Silver Tier's first reign. I don't think he's going to do the full 2,800. I think they're probably going to do the 1,200 and call it, but I don't think he's going to do the full 2,800 days. I don't think that's like you're just going to hold up those belts for that long. Like seriously, like I understand the new belt. I thought the new belt was supposed to be a Raw exclusive belt first off. And I thought, whatever. But like, I don't think they're gonna hold up that belt for that long, honestly.
Oh, they'll probably give him a new belt to carry around eventually, rather than the double belts. But regardless, I think like my problem is you're never gonna get this chance ever again, ever. Like there'll never be another chance to even come sort of close to this. And so if I was in the office, I would just be like, fucking go for it. This is as close as we're ever gonna get. Let's rewrite the history books now. And so I know, but that's what the fucking writers are there for, to make it seem interesting and keep it fresh.
You want to see? You want to make it seem interesting to keep it fresh and go to my freaking storyline with Roman Reigns in the bloodline. Like that. Remember the story that I pitched to you last night.
Refresh my memory.
I'll refresh people in chat who weren't here last night. So Money in the Bank rolls around. We have Solo Sikoa in the Money in the Bank. He wins the Money in the Bank match, right? Mm-hmm. SummerSlam rolls around. It's Cody versus Roman again for a rematch. Cody ends up beating Roman for the belt at SummerSlam. This is after 1,000 days. We could even push it. We could even push it to Royal Rumble. Have Roman keep the belt to a Rumble to where he's past his 1,280 days. He's best like the 1,200 days of the San Martino reign. So like the first initial San Martino reign. So he could do the 1,200 days and have Cody beat him at the Rumble, and then have after Cody beats him, it's such a grueling match. So Sikoa cash-ins and beats Cody. So we have a triple threat at WrestleMania.
That's right. I remember mentioning that about how in a lot of 2K universes, people utilize that same mechanic of like, I've got your best interests at heart. But then at the last second, if like the champion loses, guy immediately cashes in. Or if they think the champion's a little weak, they'll maybe make the cash in. I could see Solo. Solo would be the one to do it. He would be the one to just completely break up the bloodline. And another brilliant, beautiful thing about this bloodline breaking up while Roman holds the title, you can string out each member of the bloodline breaking off for like 2-3 months. You can get almost a year of story out of that, of just the bloodline falling apart while Roman is trying to maintain his championship reign. And over that time, slowly finds himself gaining more and more sympathy before, by Job, we have ourselves a babyface champion here. I mean, like it's.
So what you do, like the pay-per-view after the Rumble, which is what, Elimination Chamber, right? You have a match, and the match is going to be Roman Reigns versus Solo Sikoa, because Sikoa is now the new champion, right? So you have Roman Reigns versus Sikoa. Reigns can't beat Sikoa for some reason. So and then what will happen is they'll do the triple threat at Rumble. Do it like Cody versus Roman versus Solo Sikoa. Have like Cody like earn his shot back or something like that. Like Elimination Chamber to face to win face the champion at WrestleMania or something like that. and then have Cody earn his shot back, and then have Cody. You can put Cody over in the triple threat match, or you can put Roman back over and just hand the belts back to Roman at that point. But like, you know, it's whatever. But you do like the triple threat at WrestleMania.
Interesting. Because like everybody's talking about like Cody's got to finish the story and everything. I don't think he takes the belts off of Roman unless it's at Madison Square Garden. Then I would push in a few chips into that particular idea. I don't like, to me, the story isn't complete until he takes the belt at the Garden like his daddy.
I mean,
then the story is complete.
You can make it spicier to where like the bloodline's kind of broken at this point at Rumble. So like the Usos have broken off, but Solo Sikoa is still around, you know, hanging around with Roman. And Roman's really suspicious of Solo Sikoa because he has a freaking Money in the Bank. He has the Money in the Bank, right? So any second now, Roman thinks Solo Sikoa is going to cash in on him, and Solo's like, "Hey, I'm not going to cash in on you because you're the tribal chief." So what happens is like he interferes, and the match fucks up and accidentally like hits Roman Reigns, and Cody pins Roman Reigns and gets the title, and that's when Solo Sikoa cashes in to get the title back for the bloodline. And then Roman turns on Solo at that point.
Okay, so Bandit says, Phil, Roman has to hold the belt only. He only has to hold the belt until May 3rd of 2028, a mere paltry 4 years.
There's no way that's going to happen.
And then we have a new ultimate undisputed tribal chief of the WWE universe.
I want you all to know that there's no way that's going to happen. First off, Roman Reigns right now is, I think, 37. So pushing him to 2028, that'll push him way past his prime as far as like a wrestler over his peak. Secondly, he has been suffering with leukemia off and on, so there is going to be a chance. There's a good chance that he's probably going to have leukemia relapse and he's going to have to drop the titles. So there's no way he's going to reach that record.
Oh shit, he's my age. I didn't know that. Well, Jesus, makes me feel like an ass. God, like, yeah, but yeah.
I don't want you to feel bad, but like that's probably like what's going to happen.
Well, no, it's like, God damn, Roman, you've been putting some work in, man. Well done. But like, no, I get what you're saying there. That's always the fear, but have no fear. Your tribal chief will overcome all adversity, folks, and he will hang on to this title. We will have Roman Sammartino. So, Zig, I understand ye who hath little faith in the tribal chief, but I am not shaken. It's a mere paltry 4 years, like literally a blink of an eye in pro wrestling world, which that's a lie. Like 3 months is an eternity in the world of wrestling. Like that's the one reason why what you're saying might hold some sort of sway is because people are so fickle in this industry. Like, it's kind of like Vince McMahon, like, oh, I got the newest toy. Let's put the belts on him. Now I'm kind of glad they didn't do it with Cody because the chase is now what everybody's desiring.
So there's only like a couple possibilities and how they secure this and make this to where he holds the titles for this long is they don't let him wrestle unless like he's wrestling like maybe two or three or four, I think 4 times a year. So like I don't think like that I don't think that contract is viable, especially for a top guy and for the top belt.
Now, Bandit's trying to like point out facts like it's so much of a thing that instead it'd be 3 days shy of 5 years. But if you say it's 4 years, that sounds a whole lot easier, doesn't it, Bandit? Sheesh. But yeah, so a mere paltry 5 years. That's all. I mean, so nothing for the tribal chief. So like you're saying, so yeah, he'll be like 42 years old.
He'll be 42.
By then he'll have come into his, I'm Terry Funk, I'm a wily old veteran. Like it'll be kind of like the Undertaker when he was fighting to keep his streak alive. He was somebody that was fighting to keep his legacy intact, and taking the belts from Roman became a prize greater than any other championship ever. And so it'd be like the Undertaker's streak. And so Oh, there's so much story that you could pull out of this. So I think taking the belt off of him anytime in the next 365 days would be a mistake.
I don't.
I know. I think if he has a rematch with Cody at Mania and it ain't at the Garden, I think Roman should take the W again. And it's gonna piss off some people, but that's you can't give everybody what they want all the time. Otherwise, they're never gonna come back because you give them what they want all the time. Um, so curious, who do you think takes the belt off the tribal chief and win?
I already told you.
That's a good one. Cody for like 5 seconds and then Solo takes it.
Yeah,
When do you like? So you think that happens at Mania?
I think that happens at the Rumble.
Rumble. Take the belt off the tribal chief at Rumble. I think he loses it at WrestleMania or he doesn't at all. And they
Okay.
just keep on rolling. So, but now, Zig, I believe that you and I have a difference here, and nary shall the two meet on that. But we
No,
shall
no,
see.
no. I think storyline wise, so he could lose it at Mania too, and then have Cody hold it for like 5 seconds before Solo cashes in at Mania. Like he could do that too, and go like, hey, Cody, no, not yet. Cody can't get his chance yet, and then just take it away from him. Like, or give him the chance, and then just take it away. You know,
Oh, it would be
just rip
better
it
if they
away from
did
him.
that at the Garden. And you know it. He finally beats Roman. He's got the belt. He's kissing it. Oh my God. And then Solo Sokoa is cashing in. Samoan Spike, 1, 2, 3. New star that we've built. Cody Rhodes. It's basically like the Tommy Dreamer Just Incredible when Tommy Dreamer won the ECW belt,
Yeah.
which, oh, that was so fucking tragic. I remember, like,
Low key, Tommy Dreamer is my favorite wrestler in ECW. Him and Sandman are my two favorite wrestlers.
they I fucking loved ECW. Honestly, my favorite wrestler to come out of ECW. It's too bad he like after his first major injury, he was never quite the same. Was Rhino. Like he
Okay.
just had such an intensity, and then after he broke his neck, he kind of slowed down a little bit,
Yeah.
understandably.
I
But
mean, before he broke his neck, his gores looked devastating, dude. Like seriously, they're full impact with everything, and they were just devastating. I
yeah,
watched
I mean,
him.
now how do
I
you think he
watched.
probably broke his neck though?
Yeah, I watched him like versus Taz in an old ECW match, and it looked like he ripped Taz in half, like literally with the gore.
He
And I'm
laid
like,
his shit
holy
in.
crap!
Yeah, he definitely laid his shit in. And like Rob Van Dam ended up being the one who lasted the longest, but I'll never forget because my grandpa, he told me when I was a kid, he had 3 great uncles that were pro wrestlers in the carnival back in the day. And like he knew about like they'd paint a kernel of corn white. So when they'd punch a guy, it looked like a tooth flew out. He knew all he knew about the blading, all that kind of stuff well before it was ever a big deal
Yeah,
on television. And we were watching ECW, and the lights go out, and there's Sabu doing the pointing up, and then he shows up and starts whooping ass. And Grandpa's like, "So this is what wrestling is these days, huh?" Yep. And it's awesome. It's totally awesome. And yeah, the minute he saw somebody jump off the top rope, he was like, "Whoa, whoa!" Like, because yeah, he was used to old carny wrestling when he was a kid, and so
so I have a
good.
story. I have an old. I don't know if you're aware of like PCW. It was a professional championship wrestling. It was a wrestling federation out of Dallas. It was like a small like localized wrestling federation. Um, before I think near the end of its run, we ended up getting like AJ Styles before he went over to Impact.
Nice.
And so we had AJ Styles for a while. He was the PCW champion. He ended up fighting a local wrestler that was a big dude. Ended up beating him, and then the lights go out, and then it comes back on. You see Zabu with a chair behind AJ Styles, and he hits him with a chair. He does like the point, and then AJ Styles turns around and gets hit with a chair by Sabu. And
Beautiful.
we were all crazy. We were all going crazy because it's freaking Sabu from ECW. So you hear like ECW chants going everywhere.
Oh
It,
God, beautiful. Like now, all right. This is the one that Tony and I always brag about. Like when it comes to what match did you get to see live? There was a house show that came to Lincoln.
Yeah.
And at the time, we didn't know how important this was at the time. It was when Brock Lesnar was the undisputed champion, and this is before his ECW or UFC run or anything like that. So he was just a fairly big heel on SmackDown, and he was in this house show defending his Universal title against, or the undisputed title, against the American Badass, The Undertaker. So me and Tony got to see Brock Lesnar versus The Undertaker for the undisputed title fucking live. And that's one of those that, like, to this day, we still like, yeah, that one, I don't know if we'll ever be able to top that one. And what's funny is the way that the match ended is Brock kept cheating, but the ref wouldn't catch it. Undertaker grabs a chair, just gets pissed off at one point, just waffles Brock in the head with a chair, gets disqualified in front of the referee. And I'm thinking, fucking Brock has had to take this chair waffle shot to the head like 20 times this month. This has been the finish of their fucking house show match. Like, oh man, that guy's got some balls. And he's a big son of a bitch. When you see him live, it's you get it. Like, I in wrestling, everybody looks like pretty big guys, but with Brock, you see him live, it's like, oh, okay, I get it now. That's a big son of a bitch.
I saw Brock live at like WrestleMania, and he was jacked to the gills.
Which Mania?
Thing.
What was the main event?
It was Brock versus Roman. It was the Dallas Mania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. Nice.
Yeah, I was going both nights to that. It was pretty good. Night 2 was a lot less good than night 1, in my opinion. Just because Stone Cold, and everybody freaked out that it was Stone Cold.
Yeah. Let's be frank, but that's worth freaking out for a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, me and Tony were like, yeah, we're like little schoolgirls this entire match. Like, Stone Cold is in the ring, and I'm just like, dude, how? Like, when I saw him actually come down, like when he said, "So you think we should have a match right here, Mania?" And then my first thought is there more money in the world than I was aware of? I keep track of monetary policy, and I'm pretty up on that kind of shit. But was there more money in the world than I was aware of to get Stone Cold Steve Austin in this ring and ready to fucking do his thing more time?
The pop for Vince taking off his jacket and getting in the fight was louder than the Stone Cold pop. Like, honestly,
because they knew they were going to see the two biggest stars in the biggest rivalry of all time together in the ring one last time, and that's it.
Yeah,
like
we had no idea Vince was going to be like getting in the ring and fighting, and it's like, holy crap, this is freaking like insane.
My God. So yeah, that's one I do kind of wish I'd made it to, but I had so much stuff going on in my personal life, I just couldn't justify taking off at that time. But yeah, me and Tony, we were actually at the Royal Rumble in 2020 in Houston, right before all the stuff happened.
Yeah.
And like me and Tony,
I was at that Rumble too.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, I gotta ask you. Between Brock getting eliminated and Edge's entrance, I think Brock getting eliminated was the louder pop. It's tough.
I think they were both equally as loud. I think the reason Edge got the hugest pops is because nobody knew. It was a secret that nobody knew that he was coming back.
I ran into some guy. It was these two really nice couples that were in the hall. We ran into them at after the show. They're going woo in the hall's like, "You like wrestling? Come on in, let's talk." And one of the guys, okay, this is a husband. He was a guy like my age.
Yeah.
And he said, I'll never forget this. He said, I cried when Edge came down to the ring. And like, I was pretty fucking stoked. I wasn't worked to tears over it. But what I remember when I told my older brother this, he's never liked wrestling, and he's always
Okay.
found it fascinating. When I told him, yeah, this dude told me, I cried when Edge came to the ring. This is his look on his face. Just
I went with I
really.
went to Rumble. I went to Rumble with a couple of my guy friends that we played Magic the Gathering together and we're big wrestling fans.
Oh yeah.
And when Edge came in, dude, I turned to my friend. We yelled at each other. We just embraced each other and started jumping up and down, like, like it was insane. Like, but yeah,
Oh,
when Brock got eliminated, that was a huge pop too. That was a really huge pop.
that one I'll never forget because like everybody in our area, like there's these two dudes in front of us that were just getting pissed. The more Brock eliminated somebody, was just getting more pissed and more pissed and more pissed. And when Brock went over the top, that like just the most exuberant happiness I'd ever seen. And that pop, like ground was shaking under my
Um,
feet, and I'm just like, fuck,
so,
really?
so little fun story. I personally know Keith Lee and Ember Moon.
Nice.
Because they're here locally in Dallas, Texas, and I'm part of like I used to be part of the local wrestling scene here, just as far as like a behind the scenes person.
Yeah.
So I actually know Keith Lee. We were very thrilled to see Keith Lee show up at the Rumble, and like Brock Lesnar put him over the way he did.
Yeah, that was
He's like,
awesome.
oh, that's a big boy.
Yeah, like when those two squared up and you're just like, damn, that's one big some bitch. Like Keith Lee just now the thing is, it's kind of like Jim Cornette said, like he looks like he should be like acting like Shrek, like a big bridge ogre troll, but he talks like he's fucking Frasier from the fucking
Yeah,
Frasier Crane from the '90s shows. Like, let me tell you something, Miles. This is why we should do like so. Like I get it because he's a smart motherfucker, and you want that to reflect. But like, there's
the
like
moves.
he needs a Ken Shamrock zone. Okay, that's
Yeah,
what he needs.
the funny thing is we're like he's built like Mark Henry, but he moves like freaking Apollo Crews, which is like
Yep.
incredibly insane.
I remember when he was in that Survivor Series match years ago,
Yeah,
when what got him over with me was literally him standing there, jumping, doing a spinning fucking heel kick, and the guy he was throwing it on didn't even need to really duck under it.
yeah.
Like he just like this big motherfucker could be a goddamn ballet artist if he wanted to. Like, what the fuck is this?
We so at NXT house show. This was before he got called up when he was in NXT. We were at a house show in Dallas.
Yeah.
He did a shooting star press. He did like the he threw the guy into the turnbuckle and then did the Samoa Joe enziguri onto the guy, and the guy fell, and then he jumped. He not jumped on. He climbed onto the top turnbuckle. Did a shooting star press. People were saying, "Holy shit!" We heard the refs like, "You can't do that. You can't do that."
Yeah, the ref's like, come on, Joe, you're gonna kill somebody. Like, because I remember the Giant used to be a Big Show. He's when he was younger, he could do a moonsault off the top rope.
Yeah.
But Kevin Nash was just straight up like, yeah, I'm not taking that. Fuck you. Like, I don't give a fuck if you can do it. I'm not taking that. If you want to throw a moonsault, you can just slam onto the mat. I'm rolling out of the way. Hell no. Like, what? Why? Why not? Because you're 500 pounds and over 7 feet tall, man. Come on. I don't want to
Yeah.
die. Like,
I'm not,
it's.
I'm not taking that just in case you like miss. I'm not taking that. Like, you know.
Oh, that would be my biggest concern is okay, this big son of a bitch that doesn't know his own strength is about to fall on me. Am I about to catch a 300-pound knee or elbow to the face from this guy flipping all over
Yeah.
hill? Like that would be I'd be worried. Like that's like I said, that's a big son of a bitch. Like I
Yeah.
didn't really think it until I saw him live, and I was like, whoa, okay. It's kind of like when you see like Rusev or Walter, and fuck now, I'm not calling either of them by their new names. I don't care. Like Rusev and Walter, like when you see them live, you're like, whoa, okay, that like they just look like they would whip the fuck out of you.
Yeah. Of
Well,
course.
like it's like as much as I'd say, like I do have enough of a martial arts and boxing and kickboxing background to the point where, like, when I look at some members of the AEW roster, I'm like, God Almighty, can wrestlers get any smaller? I shouldn't feel like I can whip two of you at a time. Okay, like it's like that's.
I mean, the only reason Wardlow looks so big on that roster is because everybody else is so small. If Wardlow was over in WWE, he'd probably be like a medium
Madcap
size.
Moss.
Yeah, he'd be like Madcap Moss size. But like the only reason he's that big on the roster because he's 6'4", and like the tallest man on the roster besides him is probably like Adam Cole or Keith Lee, who's like 6'5". Adam Cole's like 6'1".
That's kind of fascinating because when I was a kid, I was 17, and I talked to some pro wrestling trainers. And honestly, what they told me was they measured me, everything like, sorry, kid, you're only 6'3". You're not tall enough.
Yeah.
Now I'd be downright gargantuan on just about any roster because everybody's 5'7" and 115 pounds soaking wet. And that is a problem. We do need a couple of big guys. Wardlow's great. Brian Cage, holy fuck! Like I don't care. Like Tony hates Brian Cage for some reason. The minute he came out in that ladder match, took that ladder, ripped it in half, and went out into the match, he was over with me from that moment forward.
He doesn't. I just like Brian Cage because Brian Cage is really kind of hard to work with, which. I bet.
Like all that muscle, he is almost immobile. Like,
yeah.
Like him and Omos need to be a
tag
team.
The thing is, he has to look. He has to look that like Vince loves. So like, if he was in WWE, he'd probably be like, they'd probably strap a rocket to his ass and like push him to
United
the moon.
States champion.
Yeah, or Intercontinental champion, whatever. But like, he's not going to get over on AEW, which is more indie wrestling because AEW is more about your skill set over the way you look, honestly. So
it's more about the steak than the sizzle, and WWE is all sizzle and very little steak.
Yeah, of course.
So that one, Brian Cage, yeah, he'd be the best crossover. Bigger question, since we're on this question. You know who I think unseats Roman Reigns when it's all said and done?
Seth Rollins.
No. In 2028, after he has taken over the Roman's Bruno Sammartino reign, it will happen. The newly signed and that now much, much more experienced, much better. The newly signed Maxwell Jacob Friedman. Yeah, when they sign MJF, that's who takes the belt off Roman.
Here's the thing. I don't think MJF would be successful in WWE.
Why say that?
He has the charisma, right? He has the charisma and he has the mic skills, right? And he's actually a pretty good wrestler. I'm not going to say he's the greatest wrestler in the world, but he is actually a pretty decent wrestler. I just don't think like if he was signed to WWE, Vince would look at him and goes like, "Hey pal, you're a top guy." I don't think Vince would do that.
What would happen with MJF is kind of like what happened with CM Punk. He was made a top guy almost like against Vince's will. It's like, this is a non-consensual push, god damn it. Like, yeah, that was Vince's whole it's kind of like Daniel Bryan. There's been some instances where Vince has had to deal with a non-consensual push. He did not want to push these people, but he realized his precious money depended on him doing so.
Do you think Tony Khan felt the same way about pushing MJF to the title run, or?
I think Tony Khan thinks, whoa, Adderall to the brain, baby. Whoa, all right, let's book him out. No, I'm kidding. Just a joke, folks. Just a joke. Winky face. I think Tony Khan eventually saw he had this lightning in a bottle. Like, even he has enough wherewithal to see what it is that he had there with MJF. And Frank, he's the one guy that's not, like, you never want to say he never gets hurt, but he's not as injury prone as any of the other guys. Like, You'd be
He
insane
plays
to put
safe.
a belt on Darby Allin.
He wrestles safe like the Miz, which is good. Like you know, people hate how the Miz wrestles, but I'm like, look, at least the Miz is
Except the
safe and he
people who
doesn't.
have to wrestle him.
Yeah, at least he's safe and he doesn't get injured, and people like actually wrestling with him because they know they're not going to get injured if they wrestle with the Miz,
I remember,
unless there's zombies involved. If there's zombies involved, then Miz is getting injured.
I think it was 2019. I can't remember. Um, it was Backlash, and it was Miz versus Seth Rollins, and that was one of the great underappreciated matches of the year contender that everybody forgot about. I believe it was 2019. I could be
Yeah.
wrong, but I remember that one. Like the Miz, when he's got the right dance partner, can put together an amazing match. Now think about the Miz and MJF in an extended feud with each other, like where
The
it's
problem
going
is
to sound strange.
the problem is there would be ungodly, honestly.
I was about to say, yeah, the promos would be amazing. And this would be the first time you give MJF an honest to God fucking babyface run
Yeah,
and see if he can actually take that ball and run with it. Because if he can, you got yourself some money there. So yeah, MJF, eventually he's coming to WWE. Whether anybody likes it or not, whether anybody wants to admit it or not, he can say, I love AEW. AEW is so wonderful. I would never go to WWE. They're paying how much?
Well, the rumors are that Triple H is smitten with MJF. So yeah, he's probably coming to WWE. And
Well, I mean,
they're probably going to pay him a ton of money. Like honestly,
smitten with MJ. No, Triple H is smitten with money, and he sees cash when he
Yeah.
looks at MJF. Like he is.
of course.
It's like the McMahons and anybody in that orbit. If you want to lift the corner of their desk, it's like, oh, more money, you say. Woo! And so yeah, like MJF, pure fucking money. Now, I suppose last question I got for you this evening, sir, before I start getting into the Big Bucket Empire from last night and a couple other just some fun things for the fans here, and also got another sermon from Pastor Bill Richards I'm going to play for the fine people tonight. The state of pro wrestling. Do you see us getting more fans, or do you see the companies just trying to milk the same marks for more money?
That's weird.
Tough one.
That's a kind of a complicated question. I don't really think there's going to be, unless like the kids, you know, your kid, you have wrestling fans that have kids that are wrestling fans. I think that's kind of like that's the only way you're going to get new wrestling fans. It's kind of like a cultish mentality, but I think pro wrestling in and of itself is so niche that I don't really think you're going to get new wrestling fans like you did back in like the Attitude Era when, you know, wrestling was probably the golden age at that point. But no, I think this is going to be marking the milks or milking the marks and trying to keep the marks on and trying to keep your wrestling fans on as long as possible. You know, the current ones that you have.
I think that's what the 2-night WrestleMania kind of was. It's all right. We're not making new marks. How do we get even more out of the marks we got?
Well,
that's kind of what that is to me.
Even then, I have friends that like don't watch wrestling on a regular basis or don't watch wrestling really, but they're like super interested in the Rumble and the Mania, and that's it. Like that's all they're really interested in. And like it's fun. It's fun sitting with like them, and I get invited to a lot of the like the watch parties because like I know a lot about wrestling, so I can explain about like, hey, this guy's a heel. This is a storyline that he has with this guy, you know, real quick. So like they like bringing me in because I can set up backgrounds, kind of set a backdrop of like why this match matters or whatever. It's funny too in the WrestleMania when they asked me, "Hey, this Omos Brock Lesnar match doesn't matter." I'm like, "No, it doesn't. Not really. It's just, you know, they think Omos is a huge guy who can't wrestle, and they need to put Brock Lesnar on the card somewhere. So like they put Omos versus Brock Lesnar. So yeah,
and you can also like for the folks who the only thing they know about pro wrestling is what they've seen through South Park. So basically, you can explain, all right, that girl there is addicted to abortions, and that like that episode was like because me and Tony and Chicken, we all had a backyard wrestling federation back in
Yeah,
the
I did
day.
too. I did too back in when I was in high
Like, yeah,
school.
we all did. And that episode, I was like, so that's what like Kanye West and Carlos Mencia felt like when South Park just roasted them down to their testicles. Like, it was like, and like, so I see the episode because my brother, who's not a fan of wrestling, he goes, "So Phil, have you seen the new South Park?" No.
Yeah.
Phil, it's on tonight at this time. Just watch it.
I've seen every single episode of South Park. That was the only episode of South Park I felt attacked. Like actually.
Yeah, I felt attacked like a motherfucker. I see it myself, and I'm just like, oh man,
Yeah.
oh man. And then I called Tony. Tony, the replay is on in 2 hours. Watch the, you have to watch this. This is
Yeah.
all I'm gonna say. And then he calls me 2.5 hours later after the episode's over, and he's like, oh man.
Oh, hey,
Oh,
by the
man.
way, K.O.E, have you checked out the show Heels on Stars?
I've heard nothing but good things, but I haven't had time. Like when
Okay.
people ask me, "Have I watched the show?" No, I haven't watched the show. Like
Okay.
any show, because I haven't had the time for it lately.
It it goes into a lot of the intricacies of like wrestling and indie wrestling and stuff. So it's pretty good.
I'll have to look into it because there was. I wish I could remember what it was, but it was a great YouTube series
Mhm.
about. It was just very low budget about this guy who it was totally making fun of the pro wrestling industry, but like in a really nice way. Where it was this little indie promotion where the main heel is actually the nicest guy you'd ever meet, and he's the guy that's making the whole circus run. And their main baby face is one guy that was a jobber on WWE's television for like 2 weeks one time. But I made it to the big circus, so you listen to me, kid. And the minute the cameras are off, he's the biggest asshole you'd ever meet. And it's actually a pretty funny juxtaposition show. And like, there's this joke about the guys like, some guys get to make it to the big top circus, but for most of us, just back to eating lunch out of a lunch pail. Then it pans out, and the guy's pulling a sandwich out of his lunch pail at work. It's like, oh, damn, that's fucking brutal. And so, yeah, the pro wrestling industry, it's one that we all love, but it's a weird one. It's a weird one.
It's out there. It's pretty crazy.
So, Zig, I'm curious, where can the good people find you, sir?
They can find me on a couple of places. Twitch.tv/Zigmover. Twitter is Zigmover as well. I don't really stream that much on Twitch. I've been trying to get a wrestling podcast off the ground called the Surprise Roll Up. We named it that because back when WWE was that was pretty much like 50% of their finishes were surprise roll
I
ups.
was about to say, whoa, 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 whoa. Folks, we got to give him credit here. He has named his podcast after the most devastating move
Yeah, the
in
most
pro
devastating
wrestling and
in
sports
sports
entertainment
entertainment. Yes,
history. Like,
yeah.
the surprise roll up is basically the knockout punch of pro wrestling. It's beautiful.
So I've been trying to get that off the ground. It's in its infancy right now. We do have one episode. It's just the we were talking about like a WrestleMania episode that we have. But I can't between me being a lazy fuck and me not being able to get people to get the time to do it or allotting time with other people to do the podcast is kind of hard to get it off the ground.
No,
So
fair enough. Hey,
but
send me a link. I'll promote it out later tonight.
okay.
Um,
But we talk about wrestling. I want to kind of be like kind of all encompassing to where we talk about some gaming news and some entertainment news as well, not just wrestling news. Not really a political show at all, but I'd rather it remain apolitical so it can encompass everybody and be more inclusive to everybody. So
yeah, I mean,
you know,
I totally get it because politics is just a minefield, but
politics, religion is so divisive that I'd just rather not just talk about it
my
at all. So
my grandmother, who was she was half Greek, half Hispanic, and her father was Greek Orthodox, her mother was Irish or Hispanic Catholic. She said there's 3 things that you avoid in polite society to avoid some sort of conflict. And those subjects are race, religion, and politics.
Yeah, of course.
And so, like, because guess what? You and me, you're a fucking nice guy, Zig Mover. Nice guy. If you and I spend the next 5 hours hammering out those 3 topics, we're going to find some impasse somewhere because humans are humans. Like every human has some sort of impasse between the 2 of them on those 3 subjects. So why? Fucking why?
Yeah.
But no, I will say, when it's Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, sir, if you're having problems getting things off the ground, feel free to just simulcast, kind of like how Raw and Nitro did.
Yeah,
just simulcast with the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast for every once in a while. And I've talked to the boys, and yeah, you're good shit, and we will bring you in more in the future, good sir.
Yeah, no problem. I don't mind even doing like the surprise roll up to come in with y'all guys and do it as a surprise roll up podcast and just it's whatever.
See what happens.
That's perfectly fine.
Like
So.
that was my goal on election night, is I wanted to make kind of a central hub. So even like if buddies of mine wanted to stream it, they could just get up, walk away, eat a sandwich or something while we're still talking election.
Yeah, of course.
That's kind of always been my vision. But hey,
we always another big idea that I had for my podcast was to do a episode every month or every twice a month. That is to where we watch an old school wrestling match. It just depends. It doesn't really matter. It could be. I think the last one we did was the '92 Rumble, which was, like, in my opinion, the best Rumble ever. Which is the one where Ric Flair won the world title. The '92 Rumble.
Oh yeah, I watched that one. I think that is actually the best Royal Rumble that's ever.
It is the best Royal Rumble of all time.
And
that's
the MVP of that is Bobby Heenan on commentary.
Of course.
Now, I before you go, I have to tell you this story because this is everything I'm about to tell you is true. Tony and I, we never got to finish this, but we were doing a watch along of a live event we actually attended in 2000. It was 6 months before WCW closed. It was a live Nitro and a Thunder taping in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Right.
And we got to see Goldberg, we got to see Kevin Nash, Diamond Dallas Page. Like, it was a good show. And 6 months later, WCW had closed its doors. But Tony had a window ready for me, and it's like, "What's that?" Don't worry about that, Phil. We get to Thunder, and it's Buff Bagwell's match. And then he pauses it right when Buff Bagwell's throwing the drop kick. And then he opens the other window where it's Buff Bagwell lately. "Hi, my name is Buff Bagwell, and I'm a gigolo." And then he shows me, like, this is what Buff is doing now. And I'm like, "Oh, Buff. Oh, my." And then he goes right back to the match.
So I have this idea, this grand idea, to pull people that haven't seen WCW at all, right? You and I are WCW boys, right? So we watched WCW back during the wars. I want to pull a bunch of people that haven't seen WCW at all, explain to them the backstory of Goldberg and the Kevin Nash fight at the Georgia Dome on WCW Nitro, and then show them the episode with the finger poke of doom, and have them give me their base gut reaction when they see like I was going to explain it and hype it the way they hyped it back in the day, before Hogan showed up and politics his way into the main event to get the belt off of Nash and did the finger poke of doom.
I'll be honest with you, I was watching live when the finger poke of doom happened because I was like, I wanted Goldberg to beat Kevin Nash at Starrcade so fucking bad. You have no idea. Like Goldberg versus Hulk Hogan was the first big time main event match I got to see because I didn't have access to pay-per-view when I was a kid.
Okay.
And so that match was the biggest thing that had happened in my universe. Okay. Was Goldberg versus Hulk Hogan live on Nitro. I thought surely the Giant's going to come down and spoil it, but no, Goldberg still pulled through, took the belt. I mean, oh my God, I popped so hard. And then Nash ends the streak and I just didn't like it, but I thought, okay, surely there's going to be a payoff. We get to see Nash versus Hogan live. Oh, fuck. Okay. WCW delivers. The finger poke of doom happens. I go, fuck this whole thing. Change the channel. And I never went back.
What's worse is they had a sellout crowd at the Georgia Dome that had no idea that this was happening. And no idea this was happening.
And then when I
And
did try to go back a few weeks later, David Arquette won the fucking world title. I'm like, okay, motherfuck all of this. Like, I mean, just why not lay the belt down in the middle of the fucking ring and just piss on it at this point?
a few
Like,
months later, DX shows up in the tank. You know.
yep. Boy, they sure seem a lot cooler. Like, yeah, that was an interesting, because yeah, you could see it on the playgrounds where the NWO shirts slowly started becoming D-Generation X shirts.
Yeah.
And the Austin 316 shirts. And boy, the Christian parents didn't like that one. But no, like when we cut back to Buff Bagwell throwing the drop kick, I kind of like wanted to, in my mind, like go back in time to that, like being in the stand 2000, be like, Buff, save your money. The ring rats that are trying to get you today will be like filet mignon to you later. So like, yeah, it was quite a juxtaposition. But Zigmover, God bless you, sir. I hope to see you around here sometime in the future.
No problem, man.
All righty. God bless you, sir. Now, folks, we are going to move onward and upward. This isn't like Discord. You just hit the little X. Like, I know. It's like, what's so funny is StreamYard is like PlayStation Network to Discord's Xbox Live. But folks, like I said, I never fail to what I advertise. We're going to get into some fun here from Big Buckin Empire. And then afterwards, I'm going to play another sermon from Pastor Bill, because it's, he's very interesting and got some neat things to say. But first, we're going to get into Big Buckin Empire. Wrestling is a sport. His spot opens up. I love talking about wrestling. Mind of Odd. So do I. Who doesn't love talking about wrestling? So that's just always been fun for me over the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. And I want to grow the audience and all the people. But folks, without further ado, and so I can also
please welcome
hit
Tom
the
Sumner.
rest of room. Let's get into the fun that was Big Buckin Empire. Me, Tony, Chicken, reunited again.
And that one is you. No other will do. I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim.
Any government.
Now, I do have to address this. Bandit touches on something interesting. And that is the NWO logo. Cup of coffee in the big time. Yeah. The NWO logo, especially the black and red. Kevin Nash talked about how, well, what the NWO black and red did was it kind of made hip hop acceptable to like Midwestern culture, Southern culture, white suburban culture. Like, the old NWO theme, Wolfpack is back, cause of mass destruction, like that one. That was really the first introduction to the idea of hip hop for dozens of kids that I knew. And so it literally was the first instance of hip hop sneaking into corners of the culture that it normally wouldn't have for years to come. And so that one, fascinating that you say it was like an NWA logo, because
is to monopolize as much violence as possible in order for it to inflict it on as many citizens as possible.
I've been on this like weird anarchist art for a few months now. This is playing by their rules, exactly how they are.
I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame.
You're watching the Dog and Chicken Show. Like, share, subscribe.
That's right. It's time for the Dog and Chicken Show.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hola. Appreciate you, and happy Cinco de Mayo, of course. I am not Tucker Carlson. I did not get fired. We are back. We are still doing this thing. I should have done the good evening. Welcome to the Dog and Chicken Show. Yeah, like do a little Tucker roll in. That'd been great. Missed it. And then I explained it and I just made it worse. Welcome.
Great start.
Show. Yeah, great start. That's how we roll. I am Chicken, of course. Appreciate you tuning in. We got a fun show tonight planned for you all with all the craziness that's going on in the world. But first, I am sipping on a little Wild Turkey 101 tonight. Felt a little froggy. Actually, the liquor store just didn't have much in my new little itty bitty town. So that was the best thing I could grab. But hey, it's still good stuff.
It's great stuff.
It's great stuff. And of course, always on my left, the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, the guy who makes cowboy hats sexy again.
Again, the 14-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, the non-chill filtered, non-COPPA friendly, quadruple distilled, Tony fucking G. Find me on TikTok at Tony the Rod. And tonight is Cinco de Mayo. Yes, happy Cinco de Mayo, folks. And I, being the festive sort of feller that I am partaking in the festivities. I got a whole batch of margarita here. So that's what I'm sipping on. And
I'm going to dip into some mezcal later, too.
Oh, God.
I love that stuff.
Enjoy. But for you paid Facebook subscribers, you know the drill. You want to make us drink, do some shit. You got to be subscribed to the paid option on Facebook. $5 a month. Very simple. Make us drink on the hour. Tonight, I've got a couple of Busch Lights that I can chug. And since it's Cinco de Mayo, I got a shot glass and I've got spiked horchata. So I'm hoping this is good. I'm guessing it's like not a good rum chata, but it's really fucking cold. So I hope this is good. Can't wait to try it.
Yeah, I'm trying not to advertise mine, but I do have my my favorite bottle.
Yes.
I only got, this is it. This is all I got left. It's like it's less than half.
We can find
you guys put a hurting on it last week. Jesus Christ. That was a fucking show. Holy shit. Oh, so what are we getting into to start the night off? Are we doing which one are we doing? I can't remember.
So, all right, we're gonna start. This is one's been in the news recently. I'm sure I've got it actually pulled up. I got it.
Okay.
So I hate to open with a downer, and yes, Phil will be joining us here probably after this story. So we'll get to him soon.
Oh, LTD is way worse. Bandit.
Is it?
Oh God. It is awful, dude.
It's worse than Canadian Springs.
Oh God, yeah. Dude, I can put down a bottle of Canadian Springs. Dude, I got good memories putting down bottles of Canadian Springs. Like it's not good.
No.
But it's way better than LTD. LTD, it's like if you took like the charcoal filtering of Jack Daniels, you mixed it in a toilet bowl with some residue poo, and then like mixed it with Crown. Yeah, that's kind of what LTD's like.
Wow, you just sold me. You fucking sold me on it. Chicken, I have it on good authority, says Tan 2E10 man, that Phil has a new bottle for you to take shots from. Wow, how lucky. How lucky are you? That's fantastic news. That is great news. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see what it is. I don't know what it is.
Are we going to do a review? Oh, we already reviewed LTD, didn't we?
We did. Oh, we can do another. We could do another.
Yeah, we might have to.
So less than a 1-star review. Yeah, actually. Yeah. It's pretty shit. It is pretty shit. So it's not really the way you want to start a festivity type show. Sipping on margaritas and
well, it does have to do with Mexico.
Mm-hmm. That's why I really didn't want to start with this one, but we got to get through before Phil gets here. So whenever a product comes, sees less than 1-star review. Yeah. What's up, Ty? How you doing, sir?
What's up, Ty?
Happy Cinco de Mayo to you. And Bandit, negative stars. Yes, that is fair. All right. Enough dancing around it. Let's get into this. I know you're not super familiar with it. I didn't follow this super closely either, just because I didn't want to get caught up in the fucking propaganda. But
Right.
all we got was propaganda. And then the story pretty much fucking died. Big shock. So, those of you who haven't seen or followed this, the Texas shooting in Cleveland, Texas. This is the timeline of how the Cleveland massacre ignited a 4-day manhunt resulting in an illegal immigrant's arrest. So, first and foremost, yes, indeed, the guy who perpetrated this shit, yes, illegal immigrant. So, let's just get this out of the way right now.
What?
I know. So, this is why I want to talk about this, because right out of the gate, the guy who did this, illegal immigrant, no gun law was going to be in effect here to prevent this from happening. This guy was clearly mentally unstable, proven by the fact that why he committed this horrendous attack, which we'll find out here in this article. So he's an illegal.
Wait, this is the one where he like execution style for people, right?
Unfortunately.
Gotcha. Yeah, this one was pretty dark.
It's fucked up. Like, it's just sick. It's absolutely sick. And no, we're annex North Mexico. No, I don't think we're gonna.
I don't know. We could just like annex or just buy it. Like,
okay,
I'm okay. We should just buy Mexico.
GoFundMe. We'll start a GoFundMe.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go through this here. We've got this is Francisco Oropesa. It's a 38-year-old Mexican national, allegedly, not really allegedly anymore, shot and killed 5 neighbors at their home in Cleveland, Texas, prompting a 4-day massive manhunt that stretched across both sides of the border. Authorities say additional arrests have been made in connection to the shooting that reportedly started when neighbors asked Oropesa to stop firing his rifle in his yard late at night because a baby was trying to sleep. And the suspect instead went on a bloody rampage. So,
or right maybe those gunshots were his bloody rampage.
Right out of the gate. No. This guy was just firing rounds off in his yard, being a nuisance.
It's Texas. Like, whatever.
Still, and we're not talking about suburban hell here. We're talking about more of a rural area, but still, he's got a close enough neighbor that they could walk over or whatever and be like, "Hey, kids are sleeping, dude. Can you not?" And apparently, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. We can't have people telling us what to do. So instead of being a dick and telling them off and shooting anyway, he murders them. So,
well,
illegal immigrant. Gun laws don't apply. So, argument null and void here. Doesn't matter. Clearly mentally unstable. So, you tell me, people. Maybe that's why. You try to look this up right now. Literally, go on to Google right now. Go to Cleveland, Texas shooting. The most recent website that's going to pop up will be from 3 days ago. I'm not kidding you. I was doing this before we started. They stopped talking about this completely. Why?
I see May 3rd is the...
Why did they stop talking about it? Because he's an illegal. Because he's mentally unstable. And because the gun probably wasn't an AR-15. It checks all 3 boxes. Not in the way they wanted to. And I hate to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy. No gun law was going to stop this. Clearly a mentally unstable piece of shit. And the gun wasn't the gun that you wanted it to be. But if you go to every fucking article, even this one, I don't even know if they say it on here, but every other one you look at,
on when Tony was saying what the guy's status was, I don't know if we know that or not.
Even though the reported bullets that were fired were probably smaller caliber than an AR-15. And the way that this happened was execution style. So it's not like he needed a bunch of fast shooting weapons at his disposal, because he made this personal. And it's messed up. So we're going to look at the timeline here. On Friday, the sheriff's office said the night shift deputies were initially dispatched around 11:30 p.m. for harassment complaint. And I believe they called about 5 times. So whatever. It doesn't matter. He was doing something to piss his neighbors off. And it was dangerous. So they had every right to call it in. They asked him to stop because a 1-month-old baby was scared and trying to sleep. Totally logical. According to authorities and survivors, Oropesa responded something along the lines of that it was his property and he could do what he wanted. Well, technically, I guess, but he's an illegal, so is that even accurate? While deputies were in...
Okay, Bandit says it's confirmed he was undocumented, illegal, however you want to say it, Mexican national. Okay. That is according to
Brown's
Bandit. Thanks for
Communications
bringing that up.
Center received multiple 911
Take
calls
that
of
for what
an
it's
active
worth.
shooter
Double and
incident
triple
at the
check us,
dispatch
folks.
location. So multiple deputies arrive at the residence and located 4 deceased adults. He was and the Allegiance Mobile Health arrived and requested an air medical helicopter to fly a pediatric patient to a local trauma center, and he was declared deceased at the hospital. So, yeah, this gets dark right out of the gate. I hate to. That's why I didn't want to start with this story. 2 additional people were inside the residence, were evaluated on scene and released. The judge had issued a warrant for the suspect to assign a $5 million bond. Then on Saturday, by daybreak, an extensive manhunt had not located the suspect wanted in the killing of the 5 people. Sheriff's office initially identified him as Francisco Oropeza, said he would be considered armed and dangerous. And then we go into Sunday. FBI Houston said the combined reward for the information leading to his arrest rose to $80,000. The sum of $25,000 came from the FBI. In the press conference, FBI Special Agent James Smith described Oropeza as a monster and pled for the public to provide any information on his whereabouts, saying, "We do not have any tips right now where he may be," and stating investigators were running into dead ends. And originally they'd said, "Oh no, he's very close by. We're right on his heels. We're getting closer every hour."
Yeah, like he was within miles, and then all of a sudden, it was like they kept changing the distance of like where they think he is.
Yeah, that was weird.
Like it was I remember you guys were talking about. I didn't read much on it, but like you guys kept saying, well, like which one is it? Like is he 10 within 10 miles or is he gone? Like because they every 5 minutes it was a different thing of like it was like the walls are closing in on Trump, but it was just like shortened up into like a 30-minute time period. It was like the walls are closing in, we got him, and then they're like, no, we don't.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's weird because the updates just got worse and worse. It's like, oh yeah, no, we almost got him, and then we lost him. Have you looked at the comments at all? I haven't been.
I'll go back through here.
Yeah.
Bandit. Let me guess. Was it racism? Well, that's why that's not on there anymore. Yeah. Tiberius, that is literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, let's import that inside U.S. borders. Oh, here it starts already. I've booked you an Airbnb in Juarez. Life experience matters. Oh, wow. Snap.
Wow.
Well, it is Texas. Telling someone that what to do on the property is capital offense there. Fair enough. Why did Dad not bring his gun? This was in Ohio. Not everything is your claimed Midwest, Ty. Not everything is in that area. What was Ohio? Cleveland, Texas.
Yeah, Cleveland, Texas.
Yeah. Place needs renamed.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Annex it into your shitty state, Ty. How about that? Cleveland, Ohio is the one that sucks. Maybe it should be renamed. Fair enough.
To be fair, Cleveland, Ohio had a lot less execution-style murders this week. So
Texas is more Midwest than Ohio.
Neither are. So this goes on. So Sonia was the first one fatally shot, and she was the one that was actually trying to shield her child, I believe. So it gets really dark. I don't want to go into too many of the details, but it's really bad.
Like these people were executed. That's about all you need to.
That's all you need to know.
You can read the story, but we don't know much about this dude other than he's an illegal and that other than that, like what he's been here a while. I thought he had like a DUI back in like 2008 or something.
So another article I was reading actually said he has been, this is from USA Today, saying the suspect had been deported 4 times since 2009. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement said, although the gun used in the shooting was found, the suspect should still be considered armed and dangerous. Now, that was USA Today on May 2nd was saying that. They found the gun. So they know exactly what kind of gun it is. Again, I challenge anybody. Go to Google right now. Look this up.
Search for it.
Ask Cleveland, Texas shooting gun used.
Gun was.
All of them are going to say AR-15 style rifle. None of them actually specify what gun, even though they have acquired said gun. Then by Monday,
I'm looking it up here. I'm gonna see. Yeah, here we go. ABC News, April 29th. Suspect armed with AR-15 is on the loose. They just flat out say AR-15.
Yeah, they just flat out say it. Of course they do.
Let's see. Newsweek. Oh, that's a different shooting. That's the man said to have used an AR-15. NBC. What kind of gun was used in Texas? No, not the school shooting. Let's see. And then Yahoo.com. AR-15. What is the gun that was used in the tech?
Yeah,
it's like it's all Uvalde now.
Yeah, you got to type in Cleveland, Texas.
Here we go. Here's another one from USA Today. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm just gonna do a search for gun or rifle. And firing a gun late at night, blah blah blah. Rifle. Rifles 2 times carrying an AR-15 style rifle. USA Today.
So what does that mean? Honestly, what does that even mean? What does that description mean?
Should we Google that?
Yeah, I'm literally Googling that right. What is an AR-15 style rifle? What is an AR-15 style rifle? Because that description is so open to interpretation, it's not even funny, in my opinion. Because an AR-15 operates like any
I love
rifle.
This. Any AR-15 style rifle is any lightweight semi-automatic rifle based on or similar to the Colt AR-15 design. So maybe they just don't finish that. Wikipedia.
Any lightweight semi-automatic rifle. So, yeah, I think that's a pretty bland description. So I don't.
That's a here, guys. This one here. That's not a rifle. So.
Bandit says they should have thrown a Bud Light in his face. He would have stolen a skirt and ran off. Jesus, if only it was that easy to neutralize shit. But yeah, so again, you try to find updates on this, and it's like the story ran completely cold. And that's what bothers me about this, because I feel like
they've had other stories that they've jumped on to make this one go away.
Still, like this should meet all the prerequisites of the story that the news should want to cover 24/7 and not give up on it, pound it into the ground. But they don't. Why? Why don't they? It's because several of the victims were illegals. The shooter himself wasn't illegal. The gun, probably not an AR-15, and clearly mentally unstable. So it goes against the things that they want to push on the news, and that's the shitty part of this, because a bunch of people were senselessly murdered, and the news and news media tend to publicize these things and politicize them, but they couldn't this time, so they just dropped the story altogether. So what's worse, beating these stories and the victims and the story to death and then some, or just dropping it completely because it doesn't fit your narrative? It's sick all the way around. Everything about the story is sick, and every way this has been covered is just fucking annoying to me. That's what drives me nuts here. The senseless murders, bad enough, but then just because it doesn't check the boxes that you want it to check, we're just not going to talk about it. Is it like it's the same reason what last year some little Caucasian boy was gunned down in his front yard? Nobody ever heard about it. You never saw it on the fucking news.
Oh no,
not once.
There's a time you don't.
Why does anybody listen to anything that the news has to say anymore?
10-2 Tin Man at Tiberius. Shouldn't a foreign policy expert actually touch foreign soil more than 2 to 3 times in their life? That's kind of a swimming instructor that never gets into a pool. That's fair. Bandit says, actually, I have an actual answer. If you have an AR and it doesn't say Colt or Armalite on the side, it is an AR-like rifle. Okay?
Yeah.
10-2, Tin Man, you're not going to I'm assuming be given special consideration just because you worship tyranny. P.S. Annex D's nuts. And I like this one. If you just change the AR, it doesn't stand for automatic rifle. AR stands for Armalite. Just change the name to SR-15, which is Safe Rifle 15. I like that. That's literally what the lefties and the commies do, right? They just, change the language and redefine words. Oh, drink. We got visitors. Cheers. Oh, you got visiting visitors. Yeah. Unless you had ones I didn't know about. Did you? No adoptions. No, none of that. All right. Now that this is the fun thing to do in the house now is, well, Tony's busy on a podcast. Let's go interrupt. And yeah, that's gonna go over like a lead balloon later. I just got an AR-10. It's 5 AR safer, says 10-2 10 man. Yeah, that's what we should do. Or we just need to make AR-35s. Then the AR-15s won't seem so goddamn bad, right? Like we can just, change the number on there, make it sound bigger and scarier than it really is. And then what we already have is just fine. And yeah, it'll line itself up. We'll be
there are generally people who genuinely probably believe that an AR-10 is probably safer.
Oh, dude, I know there's people that probably think that.
Yeah.
Hi.
Was it the meme I saw yesterday? Somebody had the guy on like Twitter. He's like, "Oh, I'm a former infantry, and this is the button that turns the AR-15 from semi-automatic to fully automatic. No citizen should have this." And it was like I think it circled like the fucking magazine release or the clip release. Like that's all it was fucking circled.
Yeah.
And somebody responded, "Thank you for finally, somebody needed to say it."
Jesus Christ. Well, while we're on the gun talk, should we move on to the game, the senior assassination game?
Yeah, let's talk about this because this.
All right.
I haven't read this yet. Most of the stuff that we shared in the show idea chat, I didn't read most of it, so this could be fun. This one looked awesome, though. Like, I'm sorry, I have a lot of thoughts on this. Just guessing off of what narrative they're going to push on this.
All right.
This one, what news site was this? Just so we.
This is WGAL.
What is
WGAL? Maybe. Yeah, it's just a local news thing.
Okay, so local. Perfect.
So, a game called Senior Assassination. Warning from
probably not a great name. I'll be honest.
Yeah, probably not. Police are concerned about a growing trend inside some schools involving a game called Senior Assassination, where students reportedly separate into teams and shoot each other with water guns that resemble real firearms. According to police, teams are assigned targets to eliminate each week. This sounds so scary to so many people on Twitter right now. They're clutching their pearls and they're they're losing their shit. They're like, oh my, they're literally shaking.
Literally shaking.
They say the assassination game is likely to occur outside school hours, and that videos of the hits, Jesus Christ, like this isn't real. They were posted on social media. Police added that some of the cases have been reported of teenagers dressing in dark clothing and sneaking through residential areas as part of the game. Police say this behavior could easily be perceived, reported, or confronted as suspicious behavior by unknowing persons, and outcomes would have serious consequences. According to police, mimicking behaviors associated with criminal, confrontational, or violent behavior with a weapon could be perceived as a life-threatening situation and result in unwanted or catastrophic outcomes. So I kind of get like where a cop might go, hey, don't run around with a water pistol that looks like a real gun in some stranger's backyard.
Scroll back up because I think they show it at the top. It's basically a Glock 17, but it's white and blue.
Yeah. So, but like, I could get that. Like, be like, hey, kid, like, don't run around strangers' backyards holding something that could be perceived as a real gun. That's probably a bad idea. But let's be real. Like, we all went to high school, right? And remember
Yeah.
last day of school, like I
That's where
remember
I was
like we
going.
used to do water fights and shit on the
Yes.
last day of school.
Yes.
I remember when I was a little kid in Utica, we'd play capture the flag and like run through everybody's backyards, and we'd all dress in dark and we'd play it at night and shit. Like
Yes.
this is like the these people today are like so fucking entrenched into this weird city life to where they forgot what it was like to like grow up and
Yeah.
and like run around. They're like, hi, Jesus Christ.
That's- that
This
was the
fucking
first thing I
Nerf
thought.
country, man, I swear.
Yeah, exactly. Now I understand. I get it. It's a fucking Glock. That is a Glock. For all intents and purposes, on the screen, that's a Glock. That's the make. Doesn't
Well,
matter
here's
what
my
the
problem
ammunition
with
is.
it.
It's
If
a
you're
Glock.
doing a fucking if you're doing a like a water gun game, you're gonna need something better than that.
Yeah, that's my first thought. Is why are you using a pistol?
Remember when super soakers were a thing? Like,
Dude, I could go on and on about super soakers. Like they fucked that up so
fucking
bad
kids,
like 15
fucking
years
kids
ago.
these days.
Super soakers sold like they were under a different banner, under a different company. When they sold out to a new company, they fucked the models up bad, and they've never.
Oh
been
yeah.
the same since.
Now they're like, this will shoot a whole 10 feet. You're like, dude, I can spit 10 feet.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh no, because you used to have. I had the was it the CPS 1500 was the biggest for the longest
Right.
time, and then they came out with like an upgraded new model. It was like the CPS 2700. I got a hold of that, and it was amazing. Me and my cousin used to. Yeah, we do night water.
I don't know if I want to hear about stuff you did with your cousin.
Now, no. Well, no, we would tape like flashlights underneath the fucking stock so we could have night fights. And then I actually took a backpack water gun and I duct taped it to the side of my super soaker. So I had two guns, one that had a refillable tank on my back that ran off of a pump stock, and one that I just had a big tank on the front with a pump trigger. So yeah, that's when water guns look like water guns. If you look like some of my favorite videos on TikTok, or if you just look, it's like updated pellet guns or Nerf guns. You can get Nerf guns that fire like just rubber or plastic or whatever fucking foam darts, and they look like this. They look like a Glock. So of course they make a water gun version. I get it. It's not ideal, but at the core of it, you're still talking about a water fight. It's still just a water fight.
Yeah.
Nobody's actually getting hurt. I understand. The concern here is that, somebody's getting
Fucking
assassinated.
bandit.
So
Were
there's a hit
banjos
zone.
involved?
Yeah.
And a ding, 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 ding.
I will not reveal. Look, I get it. We're concerned about everybody getting into something that's going to cause a big scuffle and a big problem. And oh my God, somebody could misinterpret this situation. Somebody could get hurt. That's life. Okay? You can't be afraid to live fucking life.
Right?
It's a fucking water fight. At what point are we just going to stop living life completely because living life might lead to you dying? Well, I got news for you. You fucking die anyway. All right? That's the truth. And sometimes people die early. Is it going to be because of a fucking water fight? Probably not. Stop overreacting to stupid shit. Okay? And I'm sorry that Super
let's be
Soaker
fair.
dropped the ball and fucked up the water game gun, and now people have to use a Glock.
Let's
water
be
gun.
fair. Cops really love shooting kids with
Yeah,
toy
that's true.
guns and dogs.
This does give them a reason.
Yeah. Like there's a lot of stories where,
Yeah.
Kid has toy gun, cop kills 8-year-old kid.
All right, you're right. We should probably just never leave our houses.
Yeah. Well, especially with all these fucking cops running around. It's
That's
like
true.
our streets aren't safe with all these goddamn
I
cops
know.
out there shooting all the kids.
It's true.
That's why I never got another dog.
No, you did. You got like 6 more, but cops just kept showing up and fucking
Yeah.
putting them in the dirt. Damnedest thing.
It's the goddamnedest thing.
Let's get an expert's take on this story. I have a feeling that he's got a lot to say about this one. I know he's been following this story since its inception. Basically, he's gone to universities, talked to professors, studied at least a year of theology to get ready for this story. The one, the only Phil K.O.E.
Folks, welcome one and all. I am here finally. I am not only the prince and potentate of the political parlance, I am also the prince and potentate of punctuality, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and now Twitter as well. And when Chicken helps me out a little
God
bit,
help
Rumble.
Twitter.
Yes. Oh, God almighty. Yes, Twitter and Rumble. My kingdom expands. And so, folks, yes, I am here finally, Cinco de Mayo. So, gentlemen, what are we talking about?
We were just talking about that squirt gun story where the cops are warning kids not to run around with squirt guns that look like a Glock because the cops might shoot them.
Well, good night. No, I'm kidding. I kid. But no,
Where is the media share? Is it this one?
No,
Yeah,
I've actually seen these guns before, and like the stupid little YouTube short and TikToks.
Yep.
Don't show your kids or husbands this.
Yes,
and like
exactly.
My first thought is, okay, the Glock 43, a very popular Glock pistol, is known for one of the most popular mods is the Tiffany's Tiffany's turquoise blue modification. And this just kind of reminds me of that, because let's be frank, Glock frames can be in any color. This looks like a firearm. I mean, it straight up does. I'm going to be honest with you. If someone were to draw that on someone, I would not be a bit surprised if someone drew that. Like, that's why toy guns have the orange in front. Like, I think at the very least, paint the tip of that, or like take the whole mechanism, dip it in orange paint in the fronts, and then you should be good. Because
thank God you couldn't, possibly paint the tip of an actual firearm orange.
Well, yeah, but they generally aren't, T.
Yeah, they're generally.
Generally,
if I wanted to get away with carrying a gun in public, I just paint the tip orange.
Exactly.
Well, in constitutional carry states, that's not going to matter. But what I'm saying is, when you draw it, that's going to be a problem. Speaking of Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show, Phil.
So I'm just gonna pop up here.
I was gonna say I was wanting to drink this tequila.
Yeah, what are you drinking tonight, Phil?
Well, apparently it's gin, Chicken.
Yay!
Apparently I'm drinking fucking gin. God. But what I'm planning on getting into later. Oh, can I have the full screen here for a second?
No.
Well, fuck you too. What I'm planning on getting in here, since it's Cinco de Mayo, is this store pick of Patron from the still in Lincoln, Nebraska that I've been hanging on to for a good long while. I'll get into that a little later. But first, folks, for you beautiful subscribers here at the Big Buckin Empire, to fighting, stealing, and drinking. If you're going to fight, may it be for a friend. If you're going to steal, may it be a lover's heart. And if you're going to drink, by God, I hope it's with me.
Oh, it's beautiful. You know he loves it. Oh, you can mix the tequila with the gin.
Go the farm up is K.O.E. Nothing goes with irrigation rubbing pivots like getting shit drunk on shitty gin.
Yes.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct.
I've been looking forward to this all day. So,
by the way, grow the farm up. June 3rd, I'm going with Tony to a Bible study. So that's.
I started a Bible study.
So
It's only once a year, and
he's going to make me pay so much for that between now and then. Like, oh my God, you have no idea.
Let's go squirt gun.
Is that a Super Soaker Glock? Is that what?
I just said Super Soaker. I went with squirt gun this time. So here you can see it.
I mean, I'm sorry, that looks like the top slide of a Glock 17.
It's supposed to.
On a 3D printed lower.
That is a Glock.
Looking at that.
That was the first thing I said when we
Glock
brought this
17
up.
on a 3D printed lower.
Yeah.
How much water does that thing shoot?
Well, that's what I'm wondering, because it's an electric water gun. Fuck it. Let's check this thing out.
Like, it better be worth it.
So, screw the Google search.
You're willing to get shot over this damn water gun.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of want this. Hang on. I want
the pink one.
This gun. We might be ordering a squirt gun.
Now, I'll be honest. I say all this, but like, if you're a man and you're within the sound of my voice and you've seen a video of the airsoft miniguns, and you
Yes.
say you don't want one, you're a goddamn liar.
You are a fucking liar. Yes.
I don't believe a
This
word that
is
comes out of your mouth.
literally called the Aqua Glock electric water gun.
Christ, like the side of the slide looks like
It says
it has
Glock.
all the Glock, like I'm gonna be honest, like this is the thing, like
It's trademarked.
I've always said do not, well, yeah, there's that, but like I've always said do not, I've
It's 30
never been
bucks.
I've never been an advocate of pink guns because guns aren't toys. They're not supposed to look like toys. There is an element where it's supposed to look authoritative. And to me, like this is a toy that's looking like a gun. And that is like, I'm sorry, like
Well, water guns tend to look like guns.
super, like,
You know, anything with the word gun in the description usually looks like a gun.
even the dumbest fuck
Yeah.
Barney Fife wasn't going to mistake a super soaker. I
Okay,
wouldn't blame
I
anybody for
understand.
mistaking this for a Glock 17.
I'm of two minds on this because that was the first thing I said. I agree, Phil. It looks like a Glock and it's intended to look like a Glock. Color scheme doesn't matter here. That looks like a fucking lethal handgun. But also on the front of this, like nobody's going to make the mistake if they actually have a second to look at the front of this that's a actual firearm.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying ban the sale of these things, but I am saying maybe be a smart consumer and don't buy one. Like that's kind of
Dude,
like,
I
don't wanna
am
buy one right
ridiculously
now.
tempted to buy this right now. Look at, oh my
$30.
God.
Oh my God. You see that? I had a whole goddamn fucking, yeah, look at
Yes.
that.
Oh my God. It's got the, what do you call that?
You got the drum.
the Magpul actually makes a drum magazine for
Drum magazine,
Glocks, and it's
Look at that.
I think it's 50 rounds. And so yeah, they just made a water tank. Don't get me wrong,
This
it's
is insane.
and my God Almighty, don't ever spin a semi-automatic on your fingers, people, please.
So-
This is a
now
really
I'm
like this video right now is the most dangerous thing to do with that thing.
Yeah, somebody
Yeah,
takes
yeah,
water
because
to
some
the eye.
police officer's gonna drive by and thinking, "Oh
Yeah,
Jesus,
like-
there's a shootout."
Just do it
Well,
around an
that's the
apartment
argument,
complex. Like
That's the exact argument. Is people are going to see kids having a water fight, and the cops are going to freak out, even though there's no gunshots, because turns out water guns don't go boom, 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 do they? So
in Karen's.
No, Tony,
Karen's losing
I've
would
her
still
seen
think
mind.
it's pretty
John
big.
Wick 2, and apparently, according to Hollywood, the suppressors are so quiet that like you can undisturb a sleeping newborn babe in their crib if you just shoot the gun right next to them.
That is
Like
true.
that's what Hollywood has told us. So.
Okay, so we've got the Aqua Glock, the Aqua Rifle. I'm betting that looks like an AR-15.
Do they have an aqua shotgun?
Let's find. Huh.
Oh man.
Oh,
What do you
wow.
know? What do you know? The
Wow.
Aqua Rifle, which would be the AR.
Why
damn
did
it.
my immediate thought was like, wow, I could see somebody buying that and walking into the school.
Yep. Son of a
Oh.
bitch. It's the
What? It
Aqua
was
Rifle.
it was just a water gun prank, and suddenly this bitch is
Yeah.
tackled to
Bitch.
the ground by the
Okay,
assistant
but
principal.
that doesn't look anything like a gun. I know it's
When you take it apart, yeah, but not when it's all put
saying.
together like when it's all put together like it looks, you know,
Jesus.
like Tony, it's got Picatinny rails and faux suppressors and forward grips. Like this is doing everything it can to look like a real gun. And this is something
Yeah,
I've always said, like
Tony.
we
Okay,
shouldn't
this
have-
one.
Do
This
they
one
have
does.
switches to go fully automatic?
Yeah. Has to.
ATF is just, or no, the ATF, the Aqua and Tobacco and Firearms.
Yeah,
So
the Aqua.
the Aqua
So at least
Blaster.
this one doesn't look like any gun.
I was about to say, if they look a little sci-fi or something, that's not a problem. Like if they made one that looked like Master Chief's gun or some shit like
so
that.
I'm not going to close this tab, for personal reasons. I'm probably going to check that out later.
Fair enough.
I might need to get like a few of those because that's kind of fucking awesome. I'm sorry. Make any argument you want. There's not a person on this show right now, even the people in the comments. You're fucking lying if there's not a part of you that doesn't want an Aqua Glock.
I want the AR. Is that an?
The Aqua Rifle, chicken.
Can
Not
I call
an
it?
AR-15.
It's an aqua rifle, so it's still an AR.
It's an
I just wanna- and it can shoot up to,
ARH2O.
it can shoot up to 30
Yes.
feet, so I want to call it an AR-30.
An AR-H2.
It's an ARH2O, chicken. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like that joke already wrote itself.
ARH.
AR-H20.
Nice.
Oh my god!
And yeah, like
So-
Bandit has an
Most
interesting.
dangerous
Like, how much
fucking
do
gun
these
on the
things
market.
cost? Like, are they like?
well,
So
Like,
$30
are they-
for the pistol, and it was like 60 bucks for the rifle.
yeah, the pistol is right now. It's on sale for $28.79. Buy two and save 10%. So $57.58 for two of them.
You want to know the really?
Hey,
here's the-
Aqua Glock. Where's our ad support here?
Yeah, no shit.
We're
just
selling
did
this shit.
I was
Yeah.
about to say, all you guys want are just a couple of free Aqua Clocks. That's really like.
Yeah.
Can you just send
Dude,
us a
June
couple
3rd
of
is
free,
going to be lit.
like? Yeah, I was about to say we're just gonna be shooting each other with those things.
Dude,
I'll
we're
be
gonna
like,
have
okay,
all
yeah,
the
this is pretty
Aqua
fun.
Blocks.
Yeah, it's pretty
That's going to be fun.
Fuck
It's going to
you.
be hot in June.
Now, like
maybe
when they say
South
they only
Dakota.
cost $30 for the pistol, Glock 17s. This is the really dirty secret about the. God,
Talk
I'll
about
get
dirty
to,
secret.
I'll get to a second, but the dirty little secret of the Glocks in particular is they only cost about $70 to produce a Glock 17. But their marketing department said if you sell these things for $120 a piece, people are going to think they're cheap, shitty guns, and they're not going to want to buy them. And so the $400 price tag
Holy shit.
is literally for that. Like what? Oh,
Dude.
God.
You can
Now
get them
what?
on Amazon.
Oh, son
Cheaper?
of a biscuit.
Yep. Cheaper.
Nice.
To fighting, stealing, and drinking. If you're gonna fight, may it be with aqua Glocks and aqua rifles. If you're gonna steal, may it be a lover's heart on the battlefield of the aqua Glocks. And if you're gonna drink, may it be to victory with aqua Glocks and aqua rifles with me.
I promised my wife I was going to stop buying shit off Amazon, but
I promised myself I was gonna stop buying stuff off Amazon until payday.
dude, I've got to get this.
God, that's awful.
It's $25 on Amazon. I'm getting it. Added to cart. Okay, so we're going to have on the Big Bucket Empire, the Dog and Chicken Show, we're going to have an actual review of the Aqua Glock, folks. It's been decided. This has to be put to bed once and for all. So we will.
I think after we have the fun video, we also need to do kind of a more serious video. Like, okay, folks, here's the Aqua Glock. Here is a fucking Glock 17.
Yeah.
This one, choo 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 choo. This one, bang bang bang.
Yeah, maybe not quite that script, but I get it. I
Yeah.
like where your head's at.
Let's see. Bandit goes, well, when high points are 200, I would imagine so. Yeah, high points used to be 120. Now they're about $200. And yeah, they used to be just about worth car parts. By the way, High Point came out with a suppressor ready 10 millimeter. I know, but if I get any 10 millimeter, it'll be the Glock 20. Just because that one you can put different barrels in it and it can fire 40 Smith & Wesson and 357 SIG.
What about water? Can it fire water?
No, but you can get another upper for it and it'll shoot 22 long rifle.
All right. So long and short, there are kids out there still having water fights. And believe it or not, the squirt gun industry has evolved. And remember when you were a kid and you're like, God, I wish my squirt gun looked more like a real gun. Well, now they do. So it's really kind of hard for me to morally make the argument. Like the inner kid in me is like, shut the fuck up, boomer. You know damn well you don't want the squirt gun to look like a squirt gun. You old fart motherfucker. Don't you lie to the good people watching this show right now. You know damn well you're stoked that this gun looks like an actual gun. Yeah.
Okay, I will say this. Yeah. If Aqua Glock came out with it could shoot only 6 shots, but they could go 50 feet, and it was a single action revolver that you could literally fan like that, I would already have one. Because a fanning revolver where you
I'll have to find the make of it, but there's an electric squirt gun. It's an expensive one. You basically just take the gun and you stick the front of it into water and it sucks a bunch of water in.
Yeah,
it's electric.
Those are the best ones.
Yep.
It's got the digital reader on the back that tells you how many shots you've got.
Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah.
And it's a powerful blast and it's a good stream.
That's a water shotgun.
It's a semi-automatic though. It shoots
Yeah,
a
well,
string
you
and
can do
stops.
fully automatic
So
too on
water-
that one, can't
They
you?
get 12.
That
It's
one,
impressive.
that one should be regulated by the ATF because it does have a switch.
It's pretty sweet. It's pretty fucking sweet. And it doesn't look like a gun.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a real gun. Like,
No. So at least they didn't cater to, people in their 30s who wish their squirt guns in the 90s looked like actual guns.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
always of the opinion that water guns should look like water guns and guns should look like guns. And
Okay,
Mary,
boomer.
should the two ever meet?
Yeah. Okay, boomer.
Tony, think of the children.
Yeah, I'm thinking of my inner child right now and what he would want.
Jeez.
Well, speaking of responsible gun,
What's great about being in your 30s
owners,
is you can now buy the stuff you want.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Speaking of responsible gun owners, should we jump over to Hunter Biden?
Oh my!
I know how to
Another
segue,
two
guys.
phrases that married shall the two ever meet.
Yeah.
I know how
Responsible gun
to
owner.
fucking segue.
God, look at that face.
Prosecutors are reportedly close to deciding whether to indict Hunter Biden in connection to his taxes and gun purchases.
I'm going to be honest with you
Was it an
here.
aqua Glock?
Well, okay. Before I bury the lead, chicken, I'll let you read the first paragraph, and then I'll bury.
Oh
it.
my God! Yes, Phil. Thank you.
That is so kind to you.
But let me tell you what I would think about this. Hunter, that no good son of a bitch. Oh.
Always. Federal prosecutors are close to reaching a final decision on whether to indict President Joe Biden's son, Hunter, on tax and gun-related charges. That's according to the Washington Post, which reported that the younger Biden's lawyers met with U.S. Attorney for Delaware David Wise at the Justice Department headquarters last week. It's likely that Biden's attorneys urged prosecutors not to bring criminal charges against Hunter Biden because, well, it's Hunter Biden. And the Post reported that these types of meetings typically come near to the end of an investigation.
Well, that's just a lawyer doing good lawyer. Like, hey, prosecution, how about you not prosecute my client?
If it only worked,
if he didn't at least say that once, I'd fire him.
That's
like,
fair.
Hey, why don't you not?
An indictment against Biden would take place against the backdrop of his father's 2024 campaign. The elder Biden,
no.
Oh, no. Formally launched his re-election campaign last week. The criminal charges against his son would mark the biggest test yet of Biden's pledge to restore independence to the justice. I can't read that.
I'm sorry. Nobody can say that with a straight face.
It would also give a fresh ammunition to congressional Republicans who are investigating the Biden family's potential financial conflicts and interests in China, and who would long pointed to Hunter Biden's activities as being an ethical and national security risk.
What you mean Hunter being convicted of crimes would lend ammunition to the idea that the Republicans are accusing the Bidens of committing crimes? I mean, I don't know what to say to you, sir.
That Hunter Biden
all right, you
should
January
be held
6th,
to the same
protester.
standard as all the other human beings in existence that would immediately be thrown into jail for the things that they've done.
This is a guy.
Why?
This is a guy that bought a gun when he was addicted to crack, and then threw it in a trash can on a public fucking street. Okay, and then the Secret Service had to go back, get it, and cover the whole fucking thing up.
Right.
This happened. This is a real story. If any of us on this screen did something even close to that, one, light on a 4473 while your daddy's been in government for fucking half his life, and then just throw a fucking gun into a trash can on a public fucking street. Are you fucking kidding me? If he gets away with that, just that, all the gun laws that they're trying to push, and this short barrel rifle fucking pistol brace shit, they're gonna push that. That's an unelected bureaucracy that's just making up laws. But it's okay. It's Hunter. Come on, guys.
That Hunter.
Hunter. I love that picture of aviators when he's naked in his underwear with that fucking
that's just Hunter. He's eccentric. You just gotta roll with the punches. It's fine.
Okay, so apparently I was wondering, what kind of gun did Hunter Biden buy? And apparently it was a 38 special snubby pistol.
Of course it was.
Of course
like,
it
yeah.
was. A fucking Biden wouldn't buy a good
Oh,
gun.
God.
He'd just buy some little bitch fucking revolver snub.
I'm surprised it wasn't a shotgun. 2 in the
He's
air.
like, I needed something to like that tugs really tight to my butthole. Like,
Yeah.
Here's the
pokes me
thing.
once in a while.
Does Hunter Biden deserve to be brought before the full justice system for the things he's done? Absolutely. Will he? Absolutely not. There's too much power involved with Joe Biden right now and too much vested interests in keeping him in power
He's
to the
got.
point where,
Yeah.
I mean, like literally, you had Sam Harris say that if on Hunter Biden's laptop there was evidence of dead children, that wouldn't have mattered to him.
Yeah.
So literally, the powers that be and the higher ups in our world and the polite society, if you will, is going to do everything they can to try and keep him in power. And that's why I think Hunter Biden, sadly, is ultimately going to slide on all of this.
He's
If he
untouchable.
gets indicted, I would be very shocked because think about the shoe on the other foot here. Like if Donald Trump Jr.
Can they audit him at
had
least?
done this, he would be in fucking Guantanamo Bay as we speak.
Yeah. I don't know. I hate doing the Trump comparison things.
Here's
the thing.
Dude, they fucking raided fucking Trump's house, FBI, man. He's
Like,
been fucking indicted everywhere in New York. There's not a single fucking building in New York that hasn't.
Bro, I'm on your side with most of all that. But like when you look at this from the outside and just take all the shit away from it, is like it's been the walls are closing in on Trump for fucking since 2016. It's the same thing, just reverse when it comes to Hunter Biden. That's all Republicans have been doing ever since Hunter Biden tripped up, and it's been a bad trip up. Don't get me wrong. Like, this is pretty epic. But every week it's the walls are closing in. They're going to indict him any day now. And I just laugh at it because it's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. We know nothing will happen. And then everybody tries to do this comparison. Well, if it was Donald Trump Jr. First off, Donald Trump Jr. is not a crackhead and he's not a piece of shit that would leave a gun in a trash can. Okay. So don't make these comparisons because no matter
it's
what
easy
you
to, because if the shoe was on the other foot, we already know that the justice would be swift and vicious. And so, because look at how it's been every other instance.
On the other foot, because no matter how big of a dick Donald Trump Jr. can be, he doesn't like to break the law like that. So it's not a comparison that's worth exploring.
No,
I get your sentiment. I understand what you're saying.
There is no comparison between Donald Trump Jr. and Hunter Biden. Like, Donald Trump Jr. is actually a fairly decent human being that at least claims
citizen
that at least claims his own children. And Hunter Biden is a piece of shit in every regard. Wasn't it funny when Joe Biden said that everybody is all of our children? Well, except for that grandchild of yours that you don't even claim, Joe.
I was gonna say the other day, was it yesterday or day before? He like gave a speech and he was talking about his 6 grandchildren, and one of the reporters goes, "What about your 7th?"
Yep.
I was like, yes, got him.
All right, Joe. You don't get to pick which ones are and aren't.
I do agree to an extent because you're right. Like, you can't make the comparison because it is fair. Both sides.
And it doesn't do any good.
Both sides are going to try to drag the other guy through the coals through his children if they can. It's fine. You're right. Yeah, Republicans have been doing this, but rightfully so.
We're not an hour or two yet, Steven. I don't know what I'm supposed to chug. I don't have any.
Hunter Biden has been doing shit,
LTD,
bad shit for basically his entire adult life. So it's about time something happened. But here's the problem. The supposed most powerful man in the country is his father, and everybody underneath and above him wants him to stay in that position, whether they agree with what he's done or not. So it doesn't fucking matter. This guy is basically as close as it gets to being untouchable as there is, because nobody else, maybe a handful or two of people, are as untouchable as this piece of shit. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. The fact that, the negligence of tossing a 38 special in the trash while we are at the peak of gun violence in this country. It's the biggest issue, one of the biggest dividing factors, leading our entire populace to go at each other's throats on social media, in public, in person. Yet this guy can go throw a gun in the trash and somehow it's fine. No big deal. Nah, this guy clearly, there's bigger fish to fry out there. Like people who maybe didn't, claim like $400 worth of stuff on their taxes.
Hey, Tony, take a shot.
Okay, finally, I get to try this.
Tony's like, hey, wait a minute. That's not how it's supposed to work.
So
worry not, Tony. I have a bottle I will take to your house next week.
Tony may or may not have sent me a private message saying, "Chicken, give me a shot."
I wanted to try this before the first hour was up, so I've got it's Rancho La Gloria ready to drink spiked horchata. Get up close there. Here you go. It's cinnamon and real cream. 13.9 ABV. Wine cocktail, it says. So this is a $15 bottle. I had to go buy a bottle of tequila so I could make margaritas tonight. And I saw this. I'm like, this would be better than taking shots of vodka or gin because it's Cinco de Mayo. And I've got this beautiful miniature margarita glass shot glass, and it's just fitting. So, it smells like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Very. It smells creamier than it looks. It's actually pretty liquidy. Oh, it's definitely creamier than I thought. Oh,
that's what she said.
Yeah, it is. All right, that's not as good as rum chata, but that's still pretty goddamn good. So, Ariba, this delicious spiked horchata is your favorite treat with rich cinnamon, agave nectar, real cream, and subtle notes of toasted almond. Fuck yeah. And Araz flavor.
It's got some almond.
Fuck yeah. I'm going to give this as a shot. I'm going to give that a 4.5 out of a 5-star scale. That's fantastic stuff right there. And, if you don't want to be a big baller, spending all your money on rum chata, well, by golly, get you a bottle of Rancho La Gloria spiked horchata today. There's a fucking review for you, Phil.
Oh, I was about to say I'm clipping that bitch out.
I had a feeling you would.
That's yep. I think I am never above clipping out a review. I mean, come on now. Now, since we're on that particular vein, before first of all, can I get the full screen for just a moment?
Sure.
No.
Now, can we get rid of this beautiful banner here? I know it's beautiful. I know it's gorgeous,
wow,
but we
got it.
Dick.
I know I'm a piece. Now, guys, I want you to know that Tony, Chicken, I'm concerned that the two of you are getting low on bottles of things to take shots of.
I already know what you're planning. I watched your stream, you fucking asshole.
And so I'm just going to let you know that I'm going to let Tony decide which one goes where. But I've got a lovely bottle of Koval oat whiskey and a bottle of Koval millet whiskey. One I'm going to drop off with Tony, and one I'm bringing up to you, Chicken, my good pal, Chicken. I don't want you to be left out. And so, there's this Koval oat whiskey, which Tony loved so much.
Dog shit.
And then there's this Koval millet whiskey that Tony also.
Shit.
So I think I'm going to drop the millet off with Tony and Chicken. You loved oat whiskey, so this is going to be.
I absolutely hate this idea.
I know. I mean, no, it'll be perfect. It'll be beautiful. All right, give me full screen again, gents.
Define perfect.
It amuses me incredibly. So let me find the idiot-proof marker. Shit, there is no idiot-proof marker on here.
Hey, hour 2 just started.
Oh, son of a biscuit. All right, don't put up the shot things while I'm doing this. But folks,
there you go.
We have ourselves here an impromptu review here on Cinco de Mayo. Folks, this is Patron Añejo, 100% de agave, and this is a barrel select Añejo for the still in Lincoln, Nebraska, folks. So, 40% alcohol by volume, 80 proof, 100% de agave, pero de agave. Tequila. Now, folks, unless it says 100% de agave, it will be responsible for the worst hangovers you've ever had. Okay. Jose Cuervo will be responsible for one of the worst hangovers, up there with like any beer recipe that replaced barley with rice. But I've been hanging on to this one since, gosh, I think before COVID even. I have had this one for a while, and it's finally time. Ooh, that was good. That was pretty. That was pretty. And we pour it in the Nebraska Bourbon Society glass, because why not? Why not? Yeah, this is first time having Patron Añejo. Patron Estate release is one of my favorite of all time. So let's see. Heavy vanilla. Like, it's overwhelming vanilla when it hits your nose. Then the agave nectar comes in. And the slightest candied apple. I'm looking forward to this one. Thick honeyed agave nectar with a slight hint of oak. And the slightest berry on the back. Okay, that is gorgeous. Well, for those who don't know, we get to the fun part, the grading. And I'm going to grade this on a couple of 5-star scales. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The K.O.E Nation has advised you well. We're going to grade this as a tequila, as a mezcal, as a cask-aged spirit. It's shelving, and for those new, the secret 5th question. So, as a tequila, I'm going to give this 3.75. This is delicious, but you can tell there's the oak really influenced this. It gave it a lot of vanilla, a lot of oak flavors that are just delightful. As a mezcal, just anything distilled from agave, I'm going to give this 4 stars. Excellent performance here again, Patron. As a cask-aged spirit, it's añejo, so I'm going to give it 2 stars. It's, let's be frank, it's about 3 years, so 2 stars is probably pretty fair considering the wide world of sports, a cask-aged spirit. It's shelving. I'm going to be honest, this is middle shelf tequila for me, which is kind of rare. Tony, you know how hard it is for tequila to break the bottom shelf for me. This one makes it. And the secret 5th question, when this bottle runs empty, will I seek another one? I paid $59 for this bottle, and I will never be able to find another one ever again so long as I shall live. So, folks, this is from the still here in Lincoln, Nebraska. God bless. Travel well. And there we go, folks. An impromptu review for me and for you.
Beautiful.
And so let's see. Oh, excellent. Chicken has to take a shot of LTD when he gets back. Fuck
that's
you,
okay,
bitch.
because that's unfortunate.
Chicken, you little fucking bitch. You know, good son of a bitch. Fucking making me drink gin like a bitch. What the fuck? Bitch.
Such an eloquent review, and then feels like bitch is about to bitch and bitchy bitch.
Bitch?
Gin.
Oh,
Bitch.
fuck. All right. To
Like
fighting,
Jesse after
stealing, and
Breaking
drinking.
Bad.
If you're going to fight, may it be to fight the urge to drink gin. If you're going to steal, may it be a drink of anything that isn't gin. And if you're going to drink, by God, I hope it's anything but fucking gin.
Would you like some gin with that gin? How is that gin, Phil? Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Because when I think Cinco de Mayo, I think gin. Chicken, you piece of shit,
think
LTD.
Gin.
Fuck you.
Do they make Mexican
God.
gin?
I don't know, but now I have to Google that. Is there gin that's
I'm
hecho
curious.
in Mexico?
I'd like to know.
Yeah, I'm looking it up. Chicken, you're muted. Yeah, son of a biscuit. Professional podcasting
Asking,
up in this bitch.
I know, right? Professional. I'm asking Chat GPT for some good toasts here since, let's see. To alcohol, the cause of and the solution to all of life's little problems. Cheers. Homer Simpson was onto something. Oh, God damn it. Fuck.
Oh, God.
I forget how nasty that shit is.
I looked up. Apparently, you
So
can even
good.
make gin out of agave. So there's one called Gracias a Dios agave gin, which basically means like thank God agave gin.
So we could get you tequila gin, basically.
Fuck you. I mean,
Oh man.
if you wanted to. Not a big deal.
Well,
How about you don't
not
though?
if
Let's
you're gonna
not
enjoy it.
say we did.
Yeah, let's not say we did.
Like, guys, I was about to say it's $35 to $50 for a bottle of that. Are you
he's
really
gonna give
willing?
us oat and millet whiskey, dude. Fuck Phil.
Yeah, give him your fucking he needs another gin, Tony. You still got yours to give.
God
Yeah,
damn,
you're
you
right,
guys.
Phil. You need another.
You missed your
gin.
first hour.
I did.
Well, that's already gone. So.
You know what though? I'm
Tony,
fine
I think you should
honoring
make Chicken take an LTD shot though.
I
mean,
don't
I'm giving you the millet whiskey and not the oat whiskey. I'm being nice.
Oh,
No, you're
God.
not.
I don't even know what the
That's
millet
worse.
whiskey's like. Maybe I want.
Yeah, I don't know which
It's
one's worse.
Milo. Millet is fucking Milo, dude. It's dog shit.
Oh
Not
God.
exactly.
Oh
It's
God,
worse
I don't
than
want to
oat.
try it.
No, it's
So
terrible.
what you're-
It's worse than the oat whiskey.
God, so what you're
Just the
saying is I just
smell
need
of
to flip
Milo.
a coin.
Ugh.
Just flip a coin to see who gets
both
what because
awful.
they're both lovely.
Oh,
So
I
Tony,
am
you want Chicken to
fucking
take an
bright.
LTD shot, right?
Jesus Christ.
I didn't say that.
I'm pretty sure you do though.
Anyway,
I don't remember saying that.
until we make some final
Yeah, let's
decisions
just
on
walk
that.
past
I got our next story ready to rock and
Let's
roll
talk
here,
about
fellas.
Rock and roller.
Rock and rolla indeed. So, let's get rid of that banner. Yeah, we're missing our producer tonight, so we have to we're doing this on our own.
What a
here.
piece of shit.
Flying blind
Piece
here.
of shit. Whistleblower alleges FBI DOJ have document revealing criminal scheme involving Biden and
Hey there,
National
Lesto.
document said to describe exchange of money for policy
What?
decisions.
No.
What? A whistleblower is alleging that the FBI and the Justice Department are in possession of a document that describes a criminal scheme involving then Vice President Joe Biden and a foreign national relating to the exchange of money for policy decisions. House Oversight Committee James Comer and Senator Chuck Grassley said Wednesday. Comer and Grassley said the whistleblower claims the document includes a precise description of how the alleged criminal scheme was employed as well as its purpose. Which, if this is true, if there is an actual document that can be verified that says you are going to do this so I can do this. Oh, God. Oh, God, this would be
Is
great.
that not quid pro ro?
Nope. We don't. No, you can't accuse anybody of quid pro quo.
Well, hang on.
I don't think we need to worry about it considering nobody on the show can even pronounce it. I think we're okay.
Yeah.
The Chris Pro Bo or what?
It's
Pro Bono?
It's quid pro Joe. That's what it is.
True.
The document an FBI generated.
Skid Row Joe.
Yeah. FD 1023 form allegedly details an arrangement involving an exchange of money for policy decisions. We believe the FBI possesses an unclassified internal document that includes very serious and detailed allegations implicating the current president of the United States. We don't know. What we don't know is what, if anything, the FBI has done to verify these claims or investigate further. The FBI's recent history of botching politically charged investigation, this is very true, demands close congressional oversight.
Also true.
But I don't know if I want Congress to investigate because
I was about to say, who's the based motherfucker who wrote that?
Yeah. So, okay.
Because you mean this guy is implying that the FBI has a document proving what we all already know to be the facts already? Which is funny is once it's proven, all the folks that are like super pro Biden, like like I don't mean to single them out. I like them a lot, but like the Ico riches of the world be like, well, we already knew this. Like we all knew this, so it's not even a big deal. And I like Ico, but
And
like
then
I don't mean to
talk
pick on him.
Then you talk to Tom Foolery, and he'd be like, "What are you talking about? Nothing ever happened."
Yeah, like
There's no video of him saying it.
I never said that. I
That's
never
not what he
said
meant.
That. What
Except
I said
the
was
times
a
I said that.
chosen phrase.
No, he said those words, but that's not what he meant by it, obviously.
Oh my God, do you need a dictionary? Those words don't actually mean that. We changed the definition last week. Are you kidding me?
Tony, it's like he's right here. It's like I'm afraid we. Yep, there we go. Loving that Nancy. Loving that Nancy.
Do it again. All right.
There it is. Quid pro quo.
He's willing to quid pro quo for Nancy's OnlyFans.
Well,
yeah, he's sleeping over here in the corner. See, this is why he doesn't know. He's always sleeping.
Damn it, Tom! Wake up! You're in the middle of quid pro quo.
Wake up! Shake up!
Why'd you leave the keys up on the table?
This is okay. So this is my favorite thing ever. Was when you come to the realization, as someone like me, you know, that moderate normie piece of shit asshole who doesn't vote the way you wish he would. When you
said it, not me.
No, you
tonight.
said it. Fuck you.
I've said it, tonight. But I haven't said it tonight.
You thought it. So me looking at it like literally you're accusing Donald Trump when he was president of doing quid pro quo.
Okay, Steven.
Right?
I can take the shot now. You weren't playing by the rules. You have to wait until the second hour. I will take the shot.
That's true. That's true. Since they were accusing Donald Trump of doing the quid pro quo, while Biden literally stood on stage and admitted and bragged about doing a quid pro quo. And the defenders come out of the woodwork. Well, that's not really quid pro quo because, and then literally word salads just fell out of their mouths defending it. But he's still admitting it. No, you don't understand. That's not quid pro quo. And here we are like 5 years later, or less. And it's basically being verified. Yeah. You remember when you thought he did quid pro?
Well, howdy, Cesphorus. We're just having us a fun little time this evening here on the K.O.E Nation. We're going over a really fun time I had at Big Buckin Empire last night. And then I've got a very special message for everybody here tonight. So I got plenty on board this evening for all you beautiful people. Well, God bless them. Thanks for being here.
Quid pro quo. So
all
those word salads, all those defenses meant jack shit. He did all the things we knew he did that people wanted to pretend that he didn't do.
I'm sorry. It's like I've been saying
Thanks for being here.
A little over 2 years now. T refresh real quick. But I've been saying that Donald Trump basically got impeached the first time for doing things, investigating things in Ukraine that we now know to be true. That's literally why he was impeached the first time, was investigating things about Biden that we now know to be true. And people within the deep state act like this, like they just move right past it, as if it very much is the Orwellian war is peace, ignorance is strength, freedom is slavery. It's the idea, you know, your ignorance is strength, because like with any of these leaks, you'll get people say that's like, well, yes, obviously we were lied to, and it's a good thing we were lied to, and it's a bad thing we were told the truth. We've had people come on this very show and say exactly that, and like to me, I'm gobsmacked every time I hear it.
Once you can get powerful enough to convince people that having less freedom or control of their own thought process is a good thing, you basically can just give up trying, because once you've got that, you can do whatever you want. And we've seen this tenfold over the last several years. The Democratic Party as a whole has done such a great job of convincing the population that we can do whatever we want because, look, we're the good guys and it's for the greater good. And people just go with that and they don't question it. That's scary shit. That is fucking terrifying. Yeah. Thank you.
Now, this was one of my favorite authors, C.S. Lewis. He had a great quote. And this is exactly what you're talking about. C.S. Lewis said, "Of all tyrannies, a tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victims may be the most oppressive. It would be better to live under robber barons than under omnipotent moral busybodies. The robber baron's cruelty may sometimes sleep. His cupidity may at some point be satiated, but those who torment us for our own good will torment us without end, for they do so with the approval of their own conscience."
So, speaking of torture, go ahead and give me the screen here. I got a toast for you guys. I'm going to do it in the style of Kamala Harris here.
Chat GPT quote.
Well, now I'm going to have to ad lib this one a little bit. Chat GPT doesn't know how to do things in the style of Kamala Harris, apparently. Cheers to the joyous moments. You know, the moments that we cherish and we cheers. They're moments in time, whether it be yesterday in a precious memory or, you know, tomorrow in the future, a future moment, if you will, a joyous future moment. Cheers. Let's raise our glasses and enjoy this joyous moment while time passes us by, as it's no longer the present and it happened in the past. But here's to our future and our new joyous moments we make together. Cheers.
Is it joyous? Because
this is not going to be joyous.
Enjoy.
Oh, fuck. The second one's worse.
Yummy in my tummy.
Was it
I'd
joyous?
take a big drink of that one afterwards. Holy shit. Oh,
fucking joyous.
That was joyous in this moment and the moment of the past, of the future and the present. Oh, God damn it. Oh, it's fucking still
Did you say
burning.
joyous a few more times?
Bandit, deep state will protect you if your hand is in the cookie jar, but if you actually do your damn job, they'll destroy you. True.
Don't do your job, bro.
Kamala Harris is a Chat GPT controlled bot. I would believe that. That. Bandit,
like
well, if you want Kamala Harris prior to 3 years ago, you're going to have to get, grow the farm up. Don't think about, pray for Tiberius L. He's going to come around or go around. It's up to him.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I think he's on his way to Mexico right now, so we can actually have a policy debate about the border.
Like, all I'm going to say about that is like, well, and I do speak for me. I do believe I speak for me, Sister Amanda Cyrus. Ty, you just sort of wasted our precious time. Don't think twice. It's all right. Yeah. So we move onward and upward to greater things. So,
I got a couple. We're getting here to. Whew, we only got like 40 minutes left. Hey,
look at Project Sad Face.
How you doing, brother?
I was about to say we do have something coming up, don't we, Chick?
Yes. Yes, we do. Was it May 20th? We do have a very special annual event. I think Tony, I'm trying to click the link.
I sent you the link in the private chat if you can pop that up.
There it is. I see it. Okay. Let me share this on my screen here. It's the 4th annual Andre the Giant Beer Challenge. I don't remember where we landed last year. Do you guys?
So
I know it was over 158.
Oh God, it was way fucking more than that. I'm gonna find out right now. We're not underselling anything here.
Well, I mean, folks, we do need your help at home, all of you at home, because on the 20th, we are going to try and match the boss's beer record, and we're going to first match. There's been several stories. Andre the Giant himself on Letterman admitted to 117 beers. And then there was another story of 120 beers. Dusty Rhodes claimed there was 2 instances. Jake Roberts claimed 132. Dusty Rhodes claimed 158, which is actually possible if he was drinking 3-2 beer. And
well, real quick, just looking at the picture on here, it looks like me and Tony been drinking a lot of Bud Light.
Yeah, nailed
wow.
it. You nailed it. That's awesome.
And keeping it topical. Well done. But yes,
Nailed
folks,
that.
we here at Big Buckin Empire are going to try and match the boss's records, but we also need your help because none of us can stand up to Andre the Giant, the greatest drinker in all history. We're all going to have to do it together. You at home, folks, if you drink a beer and say, I had one for the boss, we're adding it to the tally. So all of us, all of the talent on screen, home, everybody, our audience together, we are all coming together in this amazing tribute party to the boss, Andre the Giant, folks. So please join us the 20th, folks, where we get together to honor the boss, honor our fallen, honor those who couldn't make it to this particular toast, and we have ourselves one hell of a time, folks. If there's somebody out there you want us to do a toast for, let us know in the comments. We'll fucking toast to them, okay? It's going to be an amazing evening. We're going to be reviewing beers all night, and so you too could be a part of the K.O.E. Nation. Just send in your beer review. What do you think of it? Rate it on a 5-star scale as a beer and what kind of beer it is, if it's an ale or what have you, and where you'd like to drink it. Make sure there's no copyrighted music in the background, and you too will be part of a K.O.E. Nation video experience, folks. This is a twofer. I mean, this is the greatest deal in the history of ever, and don't even dare think about passing it up. I want to see all of you and then some. And here on the 20th, folks, if you have not sent this beer bash to a friend, can you really call them a friend? If you haven't sent it to some member of your family, can you really say that you actually care about them, folks? This is a gift greater than leaving someone the entirety of your will. So giving them the link to the Andre the Giant Memorial Beer Drinking Challenge, folks. Please, this is the place you need to be. This is where it's going to happen. And also, Chicken, if I am not mistaken, there is going to be a crowdfunding aspect to this, is there not?
Yeah, I don't think we've buckled down necessarily what charity we want to go to, but...
Yeah, actually we did.
We did?
Yeah, you missed it. We talked about this the other night. I don't know why Phil asked you because you weren't on the stream on Hazard. I was, Phil, but Jesus, he got a little caught up in his own fucking shilling there.
Yeah, he was shilling hard, man.
Like hard.
That was impressive. That was impressive. Now, okay, real
end.
Quick, Tony will let us know
got
what
5 more minutes if you want.
Tony will let us know what the organization is going to be. But folks, there's Buy Me a Coffee. Tony will pop that up that night if you want to donate there. On Rumble, we are set up now on Rumble to where you can drop in donations and rants and comments on there now to where you can contribute there, so you don't have to do a different one. If you don't like Facebook, if you don't like YouTube, and you want to try the alternate platform on Rumble, they're getting better. It's actually really good right now, and appreciate those of you. There's a few of you guys watching over on Rumble. Go ahead and give us a thumbs up. Appreciate you for tuning in. Or you can be a subscriber on Facebook. That's another easy way to participate. I will try to have stars activated for this one to where you can, on Facebook, do donations there as well. YouTube, sorry guys, you're going to have to do the Buy Me a Coffee thing because YouTube sucks at everything. But Tony, what would this
K.O.E. Nation on YouTube? That's awesome.
What would these donations go towards, sir?
So the long and short of this is May 20th. It's a Saturday. Probably about 7 p.m. That's still tentative, but it's May 20th, Saturday night. We're drinking beers, folks. We're drinking a lot of beers, and I just looked at the video from last year. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken, the grand total was 241.
Jesus Christ. We
241.
can't go that big. Like, we need to make 250 and stop because we keep doing this every year.
The Big Buckin Empire demands it, sir. This is not up to us.
The goal every years.
This is up to
yeah,
the
like
fans.
a lot though. Like
Well,
it's,
chicken.
it's not like
Then
we
I
just
guess
beat the
we
record,
need to
we
just
fucking
shill this to all our
demolished it.
friends so that they come and drink beer with us. I guess that's all we got to do.
It's very simple. The folks on
Make
the
sure
show,
Corblick's here.
the folks
Yes.
on the show,
That's
plus
so
the
cool.
folks
Fucking hell.
watching at home or wherever you're watching, you can participate, and it's the grand total of all of us drinking beers together. And I have little doubt that we'll be able to do this once again, but it's going to take your help. So, folks, go to Facebook, go to the Big Buckin Empire, go to this event, the 4th annual Andre the Giant Beer Drinking Challenge. Hit interested, hit going, hit attending, whatever. Make sure you're ready to go because it's going to be fucking amazing. I'm so excited. Can't wait. It's coming up very soon. And we kind of drug our feet a little bit trying to think about what's a good cause. What's something that we could raise money for that would actually be worth people, paying money for. And then I thought about it. I'm like, frankly, people donated money to us for a cardboard cutout, which we're going to get taken care of much sooner rather than later. And it's going to be well worth the wait. I promise you. But if people are willing to do that, well, golly. In that case, I can think of no better fucking cause than the Get Brendan Roy Back to Nebraska Again fund.
Yes.
He doesn't even know about this yet.
No.
We didn't even tell him.
No.
But in my opinion,
irrelevant.
there's no better cause than starting a fund to get Brendan Roy back to Nebraska once again to hang out with us. Dad's
Hells
Worldwide,
yeah.
the man, the myth, the Brendan Roy, he come down last year to Nebraska, all the way from the East Coast. It's not cheap, folks.
He was in the
with your help
2022 bourbon
Exactly.
tournament. I don't think he's going to make it to the 2023, but he might be able to make it to the wheat whiskey tournament.
Maybe.
Steven, we can probably get you here cheaper, frankly. I think that would actually be cheaper. to get you here,
Possibly.
too. We could do a twofer.
I was
A
about to
twofer.
say, like,
A twofer.
other than the fact it'd be a dick move, I think a fairly cheap bus ticket could damn near get you here compared to Brendan. Like, it's kind of a dick move, but
You're just gonna ride the bus.
well, no, I'm
Give him
just
a
saying, like,
no. Give him a train ticket.
Okay,
Jesus, yep.
So
He gets off at like one of the little 200 people towns. Like, there hasn't been anybody dropped off at this train station in 48 years, but
he's been sitting there for 3 days.
and it's just my buddy Jake that's there with the sign, Steven, in his truck. It's like, dude, I've had a little bit too much to drink, so you're gonna have to drive. Welcome to Nebraska.
We haven't told Brendan that this is going to be the cause, but that's going to be the cause, folks. We got this guy down here. He was awesome. We loved having him here, and I'm like, he needs to come down again, and
We need to do it again.
we need to do it again. So let's do it again, and with your help, we can do it again. It's that simple.
We need
So-
to have like a bar, with a dollar
head
amount,
on
like
it, yeah.
Brendan's head on it that goes.
Oh
up
yeah,
and
I
up
can
and up,
I can
like-
make that work.
Let's make
make
the
that work.
bar in the shape of a penis, and that way, when it finishes, it'll finish on his face.
Oh, even better. No, it starts down here, and on the head is Brendan's sad face, like, and then when it gets up here, he's happy. Yay! Now, if it wasn't for the fact
Might
that
need
he
to
get the
flip
stream
that
taken
around.
down.
What, you mean I got to go to Nebraska again? Oh.
Yeah, he's like,
all sour
So
face.
yeah, folks, this is one of the most fun times we have doing live streams, doing podcasting, doing vlogging, whatever you want to call it. Drinking a bunch of beers and having fun and just being real dudes for a real good cause to hang out with other real cool dudes. What more could you want? And you're going to get more content out of us that way.
and we
we gotta
promise
do
not
what?
to drink Bud Light.
And we got a pretty good track
There'll probably
record
be at
of.
least one.
We've had one guy come from the Northeast to Nebraska, fly over Plains country, and return home alive.
That's
and
true.
Didn't
100%.
didn't tell any of his loved ones.
Okay.
Oh dear God, I don't know about
100% survival rate.
Now, I do have to tell a story. When I was driving him
what?
back to the airport, it was a 4-hour drive. 'Cause
Yeah.
He landed in Des Moines, and I had to drive out to you guys. On the way back, we got to Omaha about halfway, and we had to pull over at a truck stop because he thought he was going to puke. Because, that's kind of what we did for 2 nights.
Well,
Like,
Yeah.
We kind of hit that, and he turned pale. He's like, "Bro, like we need to pull over. We need to pull over. I don't feel so good." I'm like,
Like-
"Oh shit, he's gonna puke in my truck."
Like the first night, I pushed so hard. We are getting the fucking bourbon tournament done tonight, bitches. Got it done. And then, like, second night, I was like, I got the footage I need. I'm gonna go home and lay down for the next day and a half.
No, you're not.
Yeah,
No,
I
you
tried
guys
to
had to
stay-
clean up because I had to leave early in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well, I
it was a
didn't
rental
realize
cabin,
at the
so you guys had
time-
to clean up after everybody.
It wasn't bad. It was.
It
mostly
wasn't
ridiculous.
too bad because, like, yeah, luckily Brendan waited till he was in your truck to vomit, so there wasn't.
Yeah.
I didn't realize though that weekend, all of us must have been outside. Brandon was like inside the cabin doing an Instagram live feed. I didn't see it till like a week or so later. He was doing an Instagram live and he was going around the cabin showing off like all the bourbon, like, oh, this is what we're drinking. We did some of this, blah blah blah. And during like the middle of it, he's like, so yeah, these guys are champs, and I tried to keep up. Like, oh, that's sweet.
He called us
All right.
champs.
I got one, at least one more story
All right.
that we need to get into.
It's got to be sex robots, right?
I want to try to have. So there's one I'm going to skip tonight.
That's not a no.
Yeah, it's not a no.
Hi.
Hi.
So make sure you guys tune in next week because I'm pretty sure like this story is already. This isn't the one we're going to talk about.
Okay.
But tune in next week
If
because
you're going to say that, though, let's precursor this before
What?
we drop the next story. So we're going to have a bit of a programming shuffle on the Big Buckin
Oh.
Empire. And I just to give people a heads up. So the Dog and Chicken Show, we've been doing Fridays, Thursdays, kind of back and forth a little bit here in the last few weeks. We're going to be trying to move towards Thursdays, and they're not all going to be live for a little while. So just a heads up. We're going to try to do Thursdays, and we'll do it live when we can. And it looks like we could possibly do Thursday live next week, maybe the following, if my schedule
next week should be fine.
does line up, and it looks like it might. I might be able to do a live for the next couple Thursdays, so tentatively scheduled. But we're going to be trying to do the Dog and Chicken Show on Thursdays. And
Sweet. I was trying to break it to you guys. I got invited to a really big show on Friday. So gonna see how to make
well,
that
that,
work.
it just works out fucking great for everybody, then, doesn't it, Phil? You fucking prick. No, we're doing Friday now, and I was just about to say. You Hazard Analysis fans, and if you're not already, you should be. We will be kind of going back and forth a little bit between Friday time slots and Sundays. So the best thing that you can do is going to be to like, share, subscribe to the Big Buckin Empire on Facebook, the Dog and Chicken Show on YouTube, the Dog and Chicken Show on fucking Twitch, everywhere. Go to Linktree/Big Buckin. Hazard Analysis on YouTube specifically. We need to get that count up, because that's where you need to be. Big Buckin Empire on Twitch is going to have pretty much anything we do on the YouTube as well. So,
and I'm working on Rumble having all the channels attached to Big Buckin Empire on there.
Perfect.
Sweet.
So yeah, going forward for a little while at least, for sure the summer, maybe moving forward, we're going to see. The Dog and Chickens Go is going to kind of try to get back to doing some top 10 stuff, some timeless content.
This isn't new, by the way. Like we shuffle things around, we try different things, like try not to stay stagnant, and you know, we see the viewership, and then it's summer, guys.
Yes.
Like it's hard to keep people paying attention
Summertime
on certain nights of the week, and it's hard to get us all together on certain nights of the week. Like it's summertime, and I love you guys, the audience,
but you're not in love with us.
Yeah, but like I kind of have a kid and a wife, and I don't know. I told Tony and Phil, I'm like,
just kind of though.
My kid's got 4 years left until he graduates. I kind of want to spend some time with him. So it's like, yeah, it's summer. I'm going to have some fun weekends with him. So, but yeah, I'll be around on Sundays for Dog and Chicken Show. And yeah, whatever time slot or whatever the fuck we move around to.
That's what I wanted to say to the audience. Like, if you came around during the early days of the Dog and Chicken Show, when we're doing nothing but pre-recorded stuff, we were talking a lot of conspiracy theories, mysteries, things like that, doing top 10s, like video games, stuff like that. We want to know what you want us to talk about, because if we're going to be doing pre-records, we want it to be about
We'll try to do them live, but yeah,
see.
some might be pre-recorded.
So yeah, we're going to be doing both. But if we're doing a pre-record, we want to know what you want to hear us talk about for timeless content, doing a pre-record. So please hit us with your suggestions about your top 10s, about stories, mysteries, etc. So can't wait to hear it. I'm sure people have some great suggestions. And then when we can do lives on Thursdays, we'll do lives on Thursdays. But I think we're going to try to hone in on that Thursday time slot when we drop it will probably be recorded on Sunday if we can make shit like that work. And then we'll probably try to drop it on Thursday. I think it's what's going to work out the best. We will update you again next week if that changes in the next few days.
Yes, like we will update you again if Chicken changes his mind between now and
fuck
midnight. Like it's like so. We'll let you know.
Anyway,
sorry, I've been holstering that one for a minute or two, Chicken.
I know.
But like now, I need
We've
to
been
answer this
shilling.
question.
We've literally been shilling for like 45 fucking.
And we've
minutes on
held
this show.
viewership during it. That's
Well
impressive.
done,
I
gents.
know. You
like, I'm gonna
barely
say-
held me though. You barely held me.
Project Sad Face says, "How did Tom get so woke?"
That's a good idea.
It's very easy. He found a feedback loop
Very.
where
Well,
he
that's
would
a
say
2-hour
more,
episode.
he would say slightly more woke things, and he would notice he would get a 5-10
This is
person
how.
growth in
Thank
his
you.
audience. Yeah, but no, that's why he got as woke as he did, because he found himself in a positive feedback loop. If he would have found himself in a right-wing positive feedback loop, he'd be wearing the MAGA hat and talking about how
Well, thanks,
you
Bill.
know
You
Trump's
just
going to
burned
save
an hour
the
and a
world.
half episode in fucking 30 seconds. Way to go.
Yeah.
Sorry. Are you guys on Truth Social yet?
I
No,
am.
but I am on Twitter. I just got on Twitter, K.O.E Nation on
We're not
Twitter,
chilling.
since they let Trump back on, because that was the main reason Rush Limbaugh shut down his Twitter, was because Trump was kicked off Twitter. But now that Trump's allowed back on, I feel that this is the appropriate.
Oh, I love
K.O.E
Steven's
Nation.
next one. He's got a suggestion for top 10. Top 10
Yes!
furry BDSM videos.
Fuck yes.
I like how
I'm in
Tony's
it.
already, like, in his mind, it's like, okay,
I've
God,
already got
I can
8 of
only
them.
go with 10.
I've already got
Can
8
I
figured out.
Can I give like an honorable mention for 2 of them?
Yeah.
That's Tony. Like, please, I need to know. Answer me.
So he's
he-
woke for views, then okay.
Yep.
Basically,
Well,
yeah.
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 No, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I
Like,
said,
'cause,
like
like,
if he had
I've talked
fallen
to
into
Tom-
a right-wing feedback
I've talked
loop,
to Tom in real life several times, like on the phone. Like we've called each other a few times, and yeah, like the time you get on the show, it's a very prepared Tom, to where the Dog and Chicken Show, when you get us, this is us. This is who we are.
Yeah, there's no real difference.
We're not putting on. We're
it's
not
like
putting on
when
a show.
Justin got to meet me, and then he came back like, no, that's not like a thing.
Not an
Phil
act, is
does.
it? No.
Like it's
Yeah.
that's
No,
just
that's
how
just
he
Phil.
acts.
If Phil
apparently.
tried to act, it would be awkward.
You know, I mean, because when you're trying to act, you're trying to portray someone that could potentially be better or even worse. But like, why would I want to act like anybody other than the greatest possible human being?
Oh.
Phil, y'all don't want to make Phil
Oh,
drink
God.
millet?
We might.
Ew.
I might let Phil just shill for another 20 minutes, so I have a chance to give him some millet.
Tony, you fucking dick.
You know, the audience wants what the audience wants.
Yeah. Where the
Yeah.
fuck
I just want to see Phil drink Bud Lights and moan.
I tell you what.
Fuck, no.
I will get if we're gonna do live on
Ah,
Thursday,
damn
which I
it!
think we'll be able to.
Jesus!
I
I
will get a
spilled the fucking millet whiskey on my shirt when I opened the
You can
bottle.
smell it all
Ah!
night now. Like,
I'll get some Bud Light next week, and I will chug Bud Light if that's what the audience demands.
okay.
Next week,
So am I
next
supposed
Thursday.
to? Am I legitimately taking a shot of millet whiskey? You fucking
Yes, that's
ass
what I
bag?
said. You're bringing that goddamn bottle to my house. I want it to be as drained down as possible before it gets here.
Bandit, how did you give us all shots? I don't
Oh
understand.
fuck! Did he? Oh shit!
Again, those of you over on
Wait,
Rumble,
check your.
you can
Fuck!
use the
He
you
did!
can use the special
Yes!
chat.
Bandit, you beautiful bastard.
What do you
All
do?
right. Oh goddamn! He went to.
Did
buy
you
me
do a buy me a coffee thing?
Yeah.
Yep.
Fuck! Let me check.
Bandit, you beautiful fucking
I just
bastard.
got the notification.
What am I supposed to drink?
LTD.
Yeah, Bandit.
obviously.
What do you want? All three of us.
Hold on, I saw him type it.
Oh,
earlier. I didn't know what the hell it meant.
motherfucker, Bandit, come on. Come on.
Where is it? I know. I saw him
Bandit!
type something.
I was just starting to like you.
Oh my
Where the hell is it?
god!
No, there it is. Tony, Tito's, Chicken LTD, and Phil.
All right, we'll just go through we'll do it one at a time.
Fuck.
I'll get my. Hang on.
I'm ready.
All right, give it to Phil.
Yeah, Phil, you're up.
To fighting, stealing, and drinking. You're gonna fight. May it be anytime Bandit tries to make you drink millet whiskey. If you're gonna steal, may it be a very quick chaser after I have to drink all this fucking millet whiskey. If you're gonna drink, by God, I hope you're smart enough to avoid buying a bottle of millet whiskey.
Oh. That looks worse than LTD.
It does look bad. Because it is. All right. All right.
All right. Here. All right. Oh. Here's to a long life and a merry one, a quick death and an easy one, a pretty girl and an honest one, a cold beer and another one. Cheers, folks. Oh, God. The second one's always the worst one. That wasn't as bad. Maybe I'm just like losing taste buds, but
I'd say you're probably losing taste buds.
I'm a couple gin shots in, and that was worse than anything I've had. Tito, I would gladly trade you. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Nothing says Cinco de Mayo like American-made corn vodka.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for
Thanks for that.
So yeah, folks,
Bandit,
if
you
you were
son of a bitch.
Curious how that just happened, you do this.
Go to buy me coffee.
Coffee.com/Tony G. I think that's the fucking URL. There you go.
Yeah.
If you want to get on that, there you go. It's a $5 donation, and you can make us do awful things like that just happened. So
awful.
Yeah.
I don't feel good.
All right.
Myself.
Jesus. Can we?
Oh.
I'm gonna.
Everybody take a drink. Tony's kid just came in.
Kiddos. Drink. All right. Final story of the night. Let's end on a fun note. Woke Google bosses ban staff from using terms including man hours, you guys, blacklist, and chubby in inclusive language dossier. Other banned words and phrases include crazy and mad. Google bosses have asked UK staff to stop using common phrases including man hours and you guys. It has been reported U.S. tech giant the new inclusive language dossier, which includes changes to the language. Several phrases targeted by Google's chiefs include whitelist, black hole, blacklist, black box, chubby, and to refrain from describing people or things as crazy, bonkers, or mad. Bonkers? Really? Like,
so you're not allowed to listen to Seal crazy, like, because that's not
dummy variable. Who says that?
Dummy variable? There that I could see, like, not. I don't see why they would get rid of it, but it's the idea of the dummy variable of you need to try and make your product idiot proof. Now. This is one of those let's try to police the language around us, because in the English speaking world, if you can police the language, you can police the culture, because we don't really have a real culture. We just have a common language. Now, the one that you don't need to worry about, guys, is
oh my God, Project Sadface left the left. Yes.
Nice. Well, like Project, I will let right-wing headquarters know that you have now full pool and tennis court access.
No, don't go over there. Don't go over there, Project Sadface.
Stay in the middle with me where it's safe.
Come on.
Where it makes sense.
No.
In the middle.
Like, no. If you get into the VIP section of Republican headquarters, you get to participate in the yacht races. It's pretty awesome. I wish that was true. But no, like, there's one word you don't got to worry about, guys. And I'm shocked it's here. And that's chubby. because you guys don't ever have to worry about an overwhelming
Fucking Steven.
Okay. Interesting.
Intellectually challenged, sir.
Challenge, yeah.
But no, like there will never be a mass like fat acceptance movement because there is like, as the resident fat guy on this podcast, you skinny bitches don't know, but there is no fat solidarity. Like if there's a guy that's 30 pounds lighter than me and he's in Walmart, he'll look at me like, look at this fat motherfucker over here. And if I see a guy that's 30 pounds heavier than me, I'll be like, look at that fat motherfucker over there. There's no fat solidarity. Okay. So you don't ever have to worry about that getting any traction.
Yeah, it's transitive.
Yeah, it's grading on a scale, I suppose.
Yeah.
Bonkers, though. I mean, I'm sorry. I grew up in the 90s, and one of my favorite after-school cartoons was Bonkers. Yeah, totally nuts. Bonkers. Yeah, I fucking love that show. So if that's wrong, I want to be right.
I want to look at this. Black box. So the black box, that's something you'd find.
It's racist.
It's what you find on a plane wreckage, whatever.
Racist.
Yeah, man hours. That's just
sexist.
Oh, black
Misogyny.
hole. It's in the
racist.
Blacklist.
Blacklist.
Racist.
James Spader's show Blacklist is damn good. Fuck you.
But whitelist is not offensive.
White privilege. White privilege.
Oh. But chubby is just I mean, what if you were a
fat
little
shame?
Bit...
Stop fat shaming.
Okay, but if you're being crazy, though,
isn't it weird?
Ableist.
Like when they say fat shaming, that's just as bad as fat shaming, right? Like,
yeah,
you're like, stop fat shaming me. Be like, you just called yourself fat. Like, stop it. You're shaming.
What's
yourself.
even worse is when like some skinny bitch jumps in like, you quit fat shaming this person. How dare you make fun of this person's rotund size in front of him? It's like, oh, thank you, white woman. For a second, I was worried that there wasn't somebody here to get offended.
Thank you,
on
white soccer mom.
Yes. No, Tony, I already did the millet. It was a double shot.
I want you to do another though.
Tony, fuck you.
Just saying. I'm 45. How old are you guys? How close are we in age? We're all just over mid-30s.
Yeah, what am I?
I was about to say,
what am I?
It's like we start doing that lying
I'll be
thing.
38 in like a month.
No, we're all 29 years old.
37. Fuck. Yeah, getting closer to 40, I guess. Shit.
I knew one lady that when she hit middle age, she was 29 for 15 years.
Bonkers is archaic. 90s English that will never be used in 20 years. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, ban it. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Until somebody names an app or something bonkers, and then every single human being on the planet, well, yeah, just send it to me on Bonkers. And then, yeah.
What is dummy variable?
I know. That's why I'm like,
no. That one I totally get. Like when you're
I've never heard anybody use that.
You're making a label, you have to make it idiot proof. That's the way I use it. But the dummy variable is another way of saying, okay, all right, here's the way that you look at this product, but keep in mind the dummy variable. If some idiot finds this product, how can we make enough safeties and fail safes so even the fucking dummy variable doesn't get us sued for liability? So that one,
I've just never heard anybody actually use it in real life.
It's corporate doublespeak. Oh, goddamn.
I know what I must do, but I don't know if I have the strength.
No, Tony, don't.
Oh my God, no.
Don't do it. Okay, do.
For $50, I'll do it.
Fuck that. Chicken, I think if we make it to the next hour, that's what you make Tony do.
No,
Oh
I'm not doing that.
I might just send him $50.
No, it's gone.
Tony's like, I know what I must do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it.
I just wanted to see if it fit.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah.
It's like this one guy who claimed that getting his dick stung by a wasp made it grow 2 inches. And the guy on TikTok's like, I know what I must do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. Like it's like, oh, yeah, that'd be rough.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have my dick in a honey hole.
So yeah, woke wording, all the woke goodness that's out there. What's the most ridiculous one you've heard lately, other than what we just talked about on there?
woke wording.
God,
it's just been so pernicious for so long that it's kind of hard to put one ridiculous thing from the others.
I guess what was the deal with before Tucker got kicked off, fired or quit, whatever, they were going hard and heavy with he still wants to fuck the M&Ms because they hadn't gotten tired of that. There was a phrase in there, and even the woke crowd was getting kind of pissy because some of the woke crowd on the other side of the woke crowd was like, well, you can't say that descriptor when it comes to Tucker Carlson wanting to bang the candy. And I can't remember what it was.
Now, if any of you have ever seen Game of Thrones, God, I can't remember her name. I think it's like Lady Olenna or something like that, but she's a little old lady. And she was the one who actually poisoned Joffrey. And she's sitting there and she goes, I want you to tell Cersei it was me. They take that picture and they put the green M&M's face over it. And it says, I want you to tell Tucker it was me. That was pretty damn fun. Now, like, to me, the one that I find fascinating is like the left can dish it out, but they sure can't take it. Where a good example of this is for the last 40 years, the left has been smearing people as racist. And it's one of those smears that it doesn't really matter whether it's true or not.
Because you are.
When it's on you, you really can't get it off of you. It's kind of like
only a racist would say that.
Well, the inverse of that was the groomer discourse. And for a while, like you would hear, okay, groomer. And that was the kind of comeback where it didn't matter whether it was true or not, but it was just one of those insults that when it got on you, you really couldn't get it off you. I'm not saying it was good or bad, but what I found fascinating was on a lot of different corners of the web, just saying that word would get you banned because the left, they could dish it out, but they really couldn't take it. And that was one thing I found very fascinating was when that discourse got started, how quickly the left tried to clamp it down, but all it did was just kind of not really drive it underground, but now it kind of became like it's a meme that's like a Cuban cigar. It's a forbidden fruit. It's one of those that like, oh, this is a meme. I know just who to send this one to. It's gone to a different level now where it will be forever mimetic.
Yeah. No, Stephen, anyone under 45 that watches Tucker, there's a lot. Yeah. There is a lot.
Honestly, that was the only show I wanted to watch on Fox. And it's not because I agreed with everything he said. And I said this the other night.
Okay, let's do this last piece on Tucker because this is a good point, Tony. Like even you would go, well, what new show would I watch? And the reason for that is he's the only one that's been right about COVID. He's the only one that's pushed back against the fucking war machine government we have. It wasn't just watching Hannity and hearing all the same old bullshit Republican GOP talking points. Like Tucker was saying shit that people were actually fucking thinking. Right. And he was the only one. Nobody. The best comparison I saw was like, what's his name? Fucking Don Lemon. He got fired. Guess what? They're going to replace him with somebody who has his exact same fucking ideology. You will not have a different show. It's just a different face, okay? And a different voice. But Tucker, you're not getting another Tucker, no matter what they do. There is no other Tucker that is that powerful, that voice that can reach that many people. There is no other Tucker Carlson. That's just not there. And that tells you a ton about what he said on the show. Like him or not, that dude poked the fucking bear when it needed to be poked. And honestly, like lefties should love him because he probably saved this country from nuclear war from Donald Trump once or twice.
So my thing about like, if you go to,
if only he could do the same with Biden, who seems to be trying to plunge us headlong into same.
A few weeks ago, before he got fired, if you would go on to Fox News and you would just watch TV, you just jump out of Fox News, you're just watching TV in the evening during the week. You're gonna get it's Tucker and Hannity, Laura Ingraham, and Gutfeld. Is that his name?
Gutfeld, yeah.
It's Five
and Waters.
It's 4 different shows, but it's like the same 4 or 5 stories.
Yeah.
in the same window.
All of the shows are the same. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same exact story setup.
It's
They're going
the
to go through the
visual.
exact same news, but they're all going to have a different take.
So
Now,
what Fox?
Well, no, it's the visual representation of like I know you guys probably didn't listen to it, but like back in from 2000, like even 1999 to about 2005 was Rush Limbaugh. He would come on, he'd have his 3 hours on AM radio. Then after him would be Hannity, who would say ostensibly the same thing.
Yeah.
Then after him would be 2 hours of
Yep.
your local guy.
Yep.
And then after him would be 3 hours of Glenn Beck. And that was AM talk radio from 11 in the morning till 10 o'clock at night.
Yes.
And those people all cover the exact same stories all day long. And that was the format, but in visual form, that Fox News ultimately adopted and has not deviated from. So again, it was ripping off the Rush
Well,
Limbaugh format.
but they're doing it in a smaller
here's the
window.
one thing.
Yep.
Here's the one thing that like the one thing that mainstream media or corporate media is starting to figure out is that it's not about the show, it's about the personality. And Tucker is very embodied. Even Hannity. You look at who was the guy that got
Vince
fired?
figured
from
that
Fox?
out in 1981. Wow.
Yeah, but like who got fired from not before Hannity was big? It was
O'Reilly.
Yeah, O'Reilly. O'Reilly was
how the
probably
mighty
one of the
fall.
biggest, and Rush Limbaugh was there too. But like, people gravitate to the personality of the person,
Yes.
and then everybody emulates that person.
But, and that's my
Tucker
exact
was
point.
the one strange like enigma in that, because nobody was copying Tucker because they were afraid to copy Tucker. And that's why everybody gravitated to him, because they're like, oh shit, we're not hearing this on Hannity. We're not hearing this on Ingram. We're not hearing this on any other channel. We're not even hearing this shit on YouTube. Like
that's
why he was so popular.
That's been my point this whole time, was that with Tucker, they're saying the exact same story. They're repeating the same narrative to a certain degree. Whether it's Hannity or Ingram or Tucker, they're telling you the same stories with the Republican conservative spin. But with like Hannity, you don't believe it, because you look at Sean Hannity, you're like, this is the guy that embodies everything that makes me cringe about the right. You look at Ingram and you're like, I just don't like her because she just feels a little icky and I don't believe anything she's saying. But when you listen to Tucker Carlson, with his inflection, his persona, his flamboyance, you can tell beneath it, if you scratch away a lot of the narrative, there's still a shred of him that actually believes the shit that he's telling you. He actually believes what he's relaying. There is at least a molecule still, once you pull back all the bullshit, he actually believes in what he's saying. And that resonates with people. That's why his audience got to be as big as it was. Take the politics out of it. He was able to convey the message that he wanted to convey on a channel in a way that he needed to convey it to appeal to the masses, but at the same time, capture an audience that was only going to be loyal to him. And we've seen that.
Project Sad Face. There's a couple of the names in there I'm not quite familiar with, but fuck Pierce Morgan.
Yeah.
Fuck Candace Owens. Fuck Megyn Kelly.
Yeah.
But I love the Big Buckin Empire. Like those.
Now, I'm going to say this about Piers Morgan. Over the last year, his reporting has gotten better. I will never agree with him for all the bloody shirt waving he did over guns and trying to push gun control.
And
but
COVID.
There's that too. But I will always give Piers Morgan credit for when he had John McCain on his show. He, to his face, called him an old fuddy-duddy. And so, like, now what do you say about everybody who thinks that you're just an old fuddy-duddy? And and John McCain just like, fuck you. But it's like, yeah, like, I'm sorry, but like, just called him straight up to his face. It's like, okay, so you'll always get 2 gold stars for that one, Piers, but the rest of it, no.
Project, don't steal Joe Biden's vote or jokes. Come on, man. That was a good joke, though. That was the one funny thing Joe Biden said in that whole goddamn
that his writers
idiot thing.
I was about to say, yes, that was a great joke that Stephen Colbert's writers wrote for Biden.
Yeah, exactly. Stevens, yes.
I'll add
Please
the
pick
enemy.
me.
Please pick me.
Nice. Ah, son of a bitch.
Uh-oh. Hour 3.
I think Tony needs to take the chug. Like, if everybody here collectively says, Tony, you have your point, then yes, you have to do the chug thing out of the
No, I'm not doing
horchata
that
wine.
unless there's like
Gotta-
some major money on the fucking table.
Hey, Tony, the subscribers demand.
Tony, Phil, did you see the chat on we have promotion offer from oh my god.
Hey!
Oh my god.
Yes!
We've made it, guys. We
Looks
fucking
like
did
I love
it.
it when this happens.
We've been discovered.
Yes, the fucking bots have found us, guys. We're at the next level. God bless.
Dogehype.com.
I know, like
Get
this random guy came in like, hey, maybe I control my thing in here, and then it's like, dude, they really fucking hyped my thing up. Like, yeah, let the rest of your bot friends know. Come on through here. We'll totally take it. Like, I remember one time Fabian Liberty was having like people like, it was sort of a hack attack where like they'd give him a new follower and a new subscriber on his Twitch stream like every second. So he got like 500 subscribers in like just a few minutes. And I'm like, you know, one man's hack attack is another man's Christmas miracle. Maybe send that shit my way, man. What the fuck? Like, yeah. One man's nuisance is another man's I'll be nice, Tony. Shot from that sissy fruit drink you like. Okay.
That's fair.
Tony. To the shot. Shot. Happy Cinco de Mayo, folks. Yeah, so we are now officially kicking off the third hour.
So I was in Columbus.
Speaking of out, I got a
God,
little
he's
glass
gonna
of
Ooh,
mezcal.
So speaking of Cinco de Mayo, I've been in Columbus all week, staying at the Ramada Inn, and Monday I get there, and there are 2 giant tour buses, and we pull up. I'm like, who the what are these for? And it says on the side El Yaqui. What the fuck is El Yaqui? Apparently, he is a Mexican singer, complete with the band, the drums, the trumpets, and all that. Looked it up. It sounds exactly like you'd expect, but they've been staying at the same motel I was at all week. They've been hanging out in the courtyard, grilling out all week. I didn't go party with them. I should have. I was too nervous. All the stardom. I would have been way too nervous to.
I mean,
in
El
Yaqui's
Tony.
yeah. Playing the Ag Hall in Columbus tonight for Cinco de Mayo. I'm sure most people were torn between watching the Dog and Chicken show or going to the El Yaqui concert for $60.
True.
Jeez,
Yeah.
that's a little
steep. A little steep, but I mean, once in a lifetime show.
Do you guys drink Fireball? No,
I'm looking to see if I
Yank's
even
not-
have
Yank's
flavored
not here
whiskey
tonight.
behind me.
Yeah.
Does it have? No, there is no worm in that. But no, Chicken. Actually, Tony, I think we should give Chicken the full screen and have him give
I have some Revelton honey whiskey.
Oh God, no! I think we need to give Chicken full screen and have him give a review of Del Maguey Mezcal.
Oh no, we're not doing that.
Oh
tonight.
Yes, I think we do, Chicken.
You just showed the bottle.
I'm not in review form.
You just did show the bottle. You did okay, Bandit Project Sad Face. We'll let you guys decide. Should Chicken review Del Maguey Mezcal right now?
Well,
we're gonna leave it
be
up
fair,
to the
his
big
lighting
fucking
is
empire.
dog shit tonight. He looks like Casper.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing a pre. No. I'll give you a review some other time.
He looks translucent.
I'm glowing. I feel like an FBI agent over here. Like,
we
I'm
just
glowing.
need the swing states of Bandit to report in. It's going to take a little longer for them to count the votes.
Else. What
No,
else
I don't
you
need to
got?
review anything.
He's had enough.
Yeah, exactly.
LTV.
Bandit's right.
That's
Valid
his
shit.
Well, God damn it, Bandit. That's
Well,
not
yeah.
the point.
Just dipping your tongue in
His
that.
stomach is shit too at the moment, and
Yeah.
that's half the fun.
I'm jumping
Where's
between
all this
LTD.
love and compassion for me when I'm on gin shot number 9, motherfuckers? Okay, like Jesus.
I'm doing Wild Turkey 101, fucking LTD and mezcal. All right, fuck off.
Phil,
Like
I promise I won't give you another gin shot. All right.
millet.
Fuck you. Oh my God, Tony, fuck you.
Just because I
So
missed the first
fucking
one,
hard.
apparently.
Fuck you so hard.
Ooh, promise.
Promise. All right.
Bring it in.
Yeah, let's go. Phil, finish this bad boy.
Happy Cinco de Mayo as I find the willet to drink this whiskey made of millet. And folks, your king of extreme, gonna chill it. Fuck.
What? Ew. He tried to rhyme. Hey, Phil, is that worse than gin? Because it looks like it's worse than gin.
Oh, you about lost it. You about lost it.
I can't wait. Tony, I'm bringing this bitch to you tomorrow.
That was
I
close.
won't be here. I'll be in Gretna.
Don't worry. I'll wait till you get home.
Did you learn about planting shit?
And chicken.
I thought
you
that was
get the
going to
joy
be the
of this oat whiskey bottle. Now, if this millet gets too empty, then I will be giving this oat whiskey to Tony. But
We'll just combine. Maybe we should just combine the two into a blend.
Into a 175 that you keep at your house, Tony.
No, we can blend the two and make it an even millet oat 50-50 blend. Chicken and I can both have one then.
Oh God, no.
We'll be shitty whiskey brethren.
I am gonna give
it's kind of similar. Yeah, I'd rather drink straight carrots.
I'm gonna give a shout out to Rumble tonight. We've had more concurrent viewers on Rumble, 10 plus, a chunk of the night.
Hell yeah.
Which is more than YouTube, Facebook combined.
Hells yeah. Folks at Rumble, we appreciate you. Check us out on Facebook, Big Buckin Empire, so you can be part of the Andre the Giant Memorial Beer Battle Royal Bash. Also, check me out at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. Also, check all three of us out.
Sorry, Phil. I have to say this. Why does your hair look like you've taken a whole bunch of gin shots? I don't remember you touching your hair. Okay, there you go. He just rubbed his hand through.
And
folks, yeah, you had a Chris Farley hair thing going on there for a second.
The tribal chief of the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, where you can find all three of us there, folks. Me, Tony Chicken, over at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify. Your current tribal chief, who will hold it through this weekend.
Yeah, we need to talk about that. God damn it. Hang on.
Yeah, let's wrap this bad boy up because we need to get into those predictions.
So Tony's got chug.
Fuck. This is not how I expected this night to go, I'll be honest.
It isn't?
I'm not even going to use the chug, buddy. I'm just going to go old school.
Just open your throat, baby.
Oh! Well done. Damn, T. Well done. All right. Now, gentlemen, are we going to record these predictions and have it drop tomorrow?
Yeah.
Or are we going to do it live tonight?
No, we'll record it and then we'll figure it out. Let's
Now,
wrap this bad boy up. Thank you all for
folks,
tuning in tonight. Appreciate you all. Phil, take it away, sir.
As I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this championship level Cinco de Mayo, folks. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the tribal chief of the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, and one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself. Folks, I hope all of you make it back here to the K.O.E Nation and Big Buckin Empire, Hazard Analysis, and Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. Check us out, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, for our live watch along tomorrow night. Be sure to check us out, folks, at Hazard Analysis Sunday night for the news, the views, and all of the things that you need to get through your week. Folks, God bless every last one of you. Check us out at K.O.E Nation, where the Bourbon Tournament of 2023 is coming up soon, folks, and there's a new content dropping. K.O.E Nation on YouTube every single day. Join me on TikTok, Twitch, and now Twitter as well. Folks, join us on the 20th for the Andre the Giant Memorial Beer Bash Battle Royal, Big Buckin Empire, YouTube and Facebook. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. God bless every last one of you. I hope you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. Raise a glass to yourselves, all you beautiful people out there. Tony, Chicken, take it away.
All right.
And happy Cinco de Mayo.
Holy Phil, and then my mouse is like not working. So I'm
happy Cinco de Mayo.
There we go. There it is. Happy Cinco de Mayo. That's a wrap, folks. Hope you enjoyed the show. Hope you had a fantastic time. I know we did. We might be a little lit, but we're going to sign off here and move on to a couple other things. This RWP
fucking beer was skunk.
Predictions gonna be epic. I guarantee that. But join us again next week. This time, same place, same time. Before we move,
we still got plenty more to go,
our
folks.
moves
Do not
won't be
worry.
till after the Andre the Giant. Don't forget about that Saturday, May 20th. Be here, 7 p.m. ish. Jump over to our Facebook page, Big Buckin Empire. Make sure we're ready to rock and roll there. Appreciate your participation. Anyway, thank you all. This has been an amazing journey. We look forward to several more shows with you all and all the fun that we all have. Tony, take it away. Cheers, folks. Appreciate you. Love you.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, tomorrow night, Backlash. WWE Backlash. Watch along at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, Big Buckin Empire, YouTube, Facebook, but most importantly, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on Twitch and YouTube. And goddamn, that Busch Light I just chugged was skunked as fuck. Ugh. Like I almost didn't get that down. Ugh, terrible. Anyway,
that's too
check us out there tomorrow night. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fantastic. We're gonna get our predictions done, recorded, and they will drop. I don't know, after tomorrow, whenever. And then Saturday night, watch along, review. It's going to be fantastic. And then Sunday night, Hazard Analysis on Hazard_Analysis YouTube or the Big Buckin Empire on YouTube and Facebook, folks. Do not miss it. Jam-packed weekend of the Big Buckin Empire, because that's what we do. We hate ourselves, but we love you, and we will see you for all the next shows. Catch you then.
Marvelous.
And see if it just smooths itself out.
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to fabricate you raging rivers of gold. That's what the pro show advertised. And now we lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. Nice. Now, folks, that was nothing but enjoyable. I'll save that. Nice. Now, folks, one thing we're going to get into this evening, though, I usually like to end the evening with this. But we'll get into a little more after it because I got a few more world premieres. But as many of you know, we have been playing the sermons from Pastor Bill Richards as of late from Sutton Community Church. Let me just hit pause right there for a moment. Let me get everything all perfectified. And we are going to continue with one from the previous week to the one that we had just heard. Because I'm sure all of you are going to be at church in the morning. So if any of you happen to miss it, I think we'll say this one counts. I know none of you will. I know absolutely none of you will. Let me get everything properfied here. All right. There we go. And folks, without further ado, let's get right in to Pastor Bill's service on John 12:37 through 50. God bless, folks. And let's get right into it.
Morning, whether you're in Cuba, Lincoln, Colorado, Texas, Sutton. This morning, your message is entitled, Stand Up for What You Believe in. I would like the honor to read to you. You may open your Bibles, please, to John chapter 12. We're in the Gospel of John. John chapter 12. We're going to be reading verses 37 through 40. A little bit of setup before we get there this morning is this. Jesus has actually already walked away from the crowd. We're going to read a brief synopsis of Jesus speaking, but it's actually John going back and reverberating the message of the gospel we've heard so far. Jesus is now about ready to wash his disciples' feet, but for right now, this is again the close of Jesus's public ministry. Okay? I'm going to start. I'm reading out of the ESV version, and we will start on verse 37. Though he had done so many signs before them, they still did not believe in him, so that the word spoken by the prophet Isaiah might be fulfilled. Lord, who has believed what he heard from us? And to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? Therefore, they could not believe. For again, Isaiah said, he has blinded their eyes and hardened their heart, lest they see with their eyes and understood with their heart and turn, and I would heal them. Isaiah said these things because he saw the glory and spoke of him. Nevertheless, many, even of the authorities, believed in him. But for fear of the Pharisees, they did not confess it, so that they would not be put out of the synagogue. For they love the glory that comes from man more than the glory that comes from God. Verse 44. And Jesus cried out and said, whoever believes in me believes not in me, but in him who sent me. And whoever sees me sees him who sent me. I have come into the world as light, so that whoever believes in me may not remain in the darkness. If anyone hears my words and does not keep them, I do not judge him, for I did not come to judge the world, but to save the world. The one who rejects me and does not receive my words has a judge. The word that I have spoken will judge him on that last day. For I have not spoken on my own authority, but the Father who sent me has given me a commandment, what to say and what to speak. And I know that this commandment is eternal life. What I say, therefore, I say as the Father has told me. Thus ends the reading of God's holy word. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful passage. We ask you, Lord, Holy Spirit, to unlock this treasure chest for us, each and every one of us, that we may see something in here that you want us personally to see, that we may be more in relationship with you. When we realize what John is speaking to us this morning, individually and as a group. But Holy Spirit, take your power to help me especially, to get me out of the way, and to you as author of this scripture to just explain it to us simply and powerfully as only you can, so that we may better serve you by our love to you and to our fellow man. Thank you for this passage, and thank you for the message we were about to hear. For it is your words we treasure. It is you that we ask to teach us this morning. In Jesus' holy name, amen. Stand up for what you believe in. This is really going to date me, but in 1978, I was at Ventura Motor Speedway, Ventura, California. Sorry. And it's too bad Jack Softly is not here this morning because he was there. I was going to school to become a disc jockey to play the hits. And some friends from Fairmont came out because it was a huge concert. Huge concert. And we were sitting there. We got there at like 6 a.m. The first band played at 9 a.m. Have you guys ever heard of Ted Nugent? No. All right. I thought maybe we could connect on Ted Nugent. What?
Check it out.
Yeah. Thank you, Beth. But anyway, he was there, a lot of other people. But at 9 a.m., a man walked out on a stage. There was over 300,000 people there because it was not only a raceway with the stands, but we were all over the infield. And Ted Nugent's album, Straight Jacket, had just come out, and they lowered him on a helicopter onto the stage. You had to be there. But out walks this guy, and we were a long ways, probably from here to the street away from him, and we didn't have quite the choice of seats. What bothered me is I paid $13 for the ticket, and we got those so early we wouldn't have had to pay anything. So that was still burning. The guy walks out on the stage, and I will never forget this. And he says, "Stand up for what you believe in." And 300 and some thousand people stood up and let up a roar that I'll never forget. When Jesus comes back, that's going to be small, small, small potatoes. He's coming back for you and all those believe in him. I don't know if you noticed, but the word believe is in this passage 8 times. The word judge is in here 4. We have the most beautiful passage. I probably say that every week, but a beautiful passage to really sink our teeth into this morning. It deals with one of the hardest questions we have as Christians. The first one is this: why do some people believe and some people don't? What is it? What don't they get? What's going on? And if you listen closely and the Lord brings it to our attention today, we're going to know that answer. Here's the other one. One of the hardest things there is to understand, as hard as the Trinity is. And it's one of those things that when it comes up in Sunday school or Wednesday night, when Marie asks me this question, I always say, not tonight. And it's simply this. The Bible says God chooses us, the book of life. But Adam and Eve had a choice in the Garden of Eden not to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. That's free will. How does that all play out? Today, we're going to make an attempt by what John has written to try to sort that out a little bit. It's not complicated if we listen to what the Word of God says. Stand up for what you believe in, and I'm going to give you a hint. At the end, you're going to have a chance to stand up for what you believe in. We start with rejection. I would venture to assume each and every one of us in here has been rejected. Rejection is one of the hardest emotions to deal with. Rejection means, as you well know, you are good enough. You failed. You've been rejected. What do you think Jesus felt like? He came to his people to give them eternal salvation. Believe in me, and you shall be saved. And they rejected him. Why? Why today can there be 5 people sitting on a bench and 2 of them believe in Jesus Christ and the other 3 never will? What's going on? Why is that happening? And why do you believe? That's where we're starting this morning. Verse 37. Though he had done so many signs before them, they still did not believe him. First time. Every time I say the word believe, I'm going to emphasis. Though he had done so many signs before them, they still did not believe him. 8 miracles we've been through in the Gospel of John. 8. Remember the water to wine, the man laying by the pool, get up and walk. Walking on the water. Lazarus. All these signs, most of them, some of them had seen, and yet they still didn't believe. What's going on? Why does this happen? Why can you believe and somebody else in your family or your friend or hopefully not your mate doesn't believe? What's going on? Though they had done so many signs, he had done, they didn't believe. What's going on? You have your Bibles. It's not going to come up on the screen. Turn with me to John chapter 3, verses 19 and 20. I'm going to read it to you, so if you don't have your Bible with you, you're all right. Why don't people believe? Verse 19, John 3, 19 through 20. It's page 888. Dorian, 888. Verse 19, why don't people believe? And this is the judgment. The light has come into the world, and people love the darkness rather than the light because their works were evil. For everyone who does wicked things hates the light and does not come to the light, lest his words should be exposed. And Julie may be saying, wait a minute. I've got the world's best neighbor. If my car won't start, he'll help me. If I have snow, he'll scoop off my walk. He's not evil. He just doesn't believe in Jesus Christ. The people love the darkness rather than the light because their works were evil. Make no bones about it, people. People that do not believe in Jesus Christ have not accepted God into their lives. Well, they just haven't heard the right preacher. Well, they just haven't read their Bible. Well, it's sin. It's evil. Now, we know we're not better than them, but they have been blinded. Why do some people believe and some don't? Verse 38, so that the word spoken by the prophet Isaiah might be fulfilled. Now, what we're about to read is from Isaiah 53. This is where it describes Jesus. He was stricken, smitten of God, and afflicted, yet we esteemed him not. That whole passage. But Isaiah says this, Lord, who has, there's that word again, believed what he heard from us? And to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? The arm of the Lord is Jesus Christ. So what is Isaiah saying here? Okay, it's a prophecy. It's a prophecy of what? Rejection to come, Tara. It's coming. Who has believed what he heard from us? The prophets, the Old Testament prophets, Michael. And to whom has the arm been revealed? Now look what the next sentence says. Therefore, they could not, what? Believe. Third time. Why? For again, Isaiah said, verse 40, he has blinded their eyes and hardened their heart. This is Isaiah 6. What is Isaiah 6? Isaiah 6 is where Isaiah walks in to the throne room of God. And he sees Jesus Christ's glory in that throne room. Lest they see with their eyes and understand with their heart and turn, and I would heal them. In other words, They're blinded by God. What? They're not capable of believing. Okay? Now, I want to read you a passage. We are in the thick of it, kids, right here, right now. And I want to, this is a very tough thing to understand, but people way smarter than me, and you're thinking that doesn't take a lot, way smarter than me have said this about what we're talking about. Does God say, let's say my 6 friends here, okay? And he says 2 of them believe and 4 of them don't. But let's say all 6 of them say, I believe in Jesus Christ. Well, is this saying God blinds our eyes? In other words, we're sorry, you're out of luck. I haven't chosen you. That's not right. So where are we missing the boat here? I want you to hear what this man says. I've never heard of him before, but the book I'm reading from, I trust with all my heart. His name is Leon Morris. Here's what he says. When John quotes, he has blinded their eyes. Now listen carefully. He does not mean that the blinding takes place without the will or against the will of the people. You hear that? He does not mean that it is taking the will or against their will against those people. He is not saying, sorry, you 4, you believe in Jesus, but I'm not taking you. That's not what this is saying. And let me finish the quote. Now listen carefully. It was their own deliberate choice, their own fault, and make no mistake about that. Okay? Talking about free will, and we're talking about predestination. It doesn't get any harder than this. John MacArthur says this. Those are 2 railroad tracks, side by side. Predestination, the book of life. You were chosen by God before the beginning of the world. That's in there. So is free will. And they never cross. This is D.A. Carson. He wrote probably the best NIV study Bible out there. His study of it. Here's what he says. He's a professor at Trinity College in Chicago. Here's what he says. God's judicial hardening is not presented as the capricious manipulation of an arbitrary potentate. In other words, God just doesn't, to be nasty, to be mean, say, okay, you guys are out, you're in, you're out, ha. But no, not at all. Listen to what he says after that. Cursing morally neutral or even morally pure beings. That's our 4 fellows that believed in Jesus Christ, and God said, sorry. No, but what does he do? But as a holy condemnation of a guilty people who are condemned to do and be what they themselves have chosen. Okay? Now, if you think I'm making too much of this, we're talking about God's divine choosing. Here it is in a nutshell, okay? I wasn't going to use the word predestination, but there's no other way around it. God choosing you. God chooses you before the earth is created. That's in the Bible, okay? Well, what about the tree of knowledge of good and evil? Where Eve handed the fruit, ate it, and handed it to Adam. Whose choice was that? That was man's. I grew up in a church that believed only this. God did all the choosing. But even as a little boy, I kept wondering around, why did he put the tree in there for us to screw up? And if that's the case, I'm just a robot. I have no play in this whole deal. That's the dilemma. That's why it's somewhere up here, and John's about to help us get through this. Those 2 wise men basically said this. God just didn't say, all right, you 4, I don't like the looks of you. You're out of here. No. They brought it on themselves. Remember John 3, 19 and 20. What is rejecting Jesus Christ? It is pure evil. My ways are better than your ways, God. That's what's going on here. That's why it's so important for me and you, because there'll be people you talk to that you'll say Jesus is the Son of God. He's your only way for eternal life. And they'll go, I've really heard enough of you, okay? What determines who believes what? It doesn't get any deeper than where we are right now, and you're doing good. You're listening. Let's keep rolling. Verse 41. Isaiah said these things because he saw his glory and spoke of him. Isaiah is one of the few people besides Paul who have seen heaven. Okay? Now we know no one can look upon God and live. Isaiah saw Jesus in that throne room in all his glory. Look at it again with me. Verse 41. He said these things because he saw his glory and spoke of him. You didn't have to convince Isaiah of God's glory. It's like Mabel's favorite saying about if we could just show people hell 3 seconds, we wouldn't have to evangelize, would we? No. And that's the truth. And that's what Isaiah is saying here. I've seen the glory of God. So let's go on. We're hanging in there. Why do people reject Jesus Christ? What's going on? Let's find out. Verse 42. Thank you. Nevertheless, in other words, many, even the authorities, believed, there's our word, in him, but for fear of the Pharisees, they did not confess it, so they would not be put out of the synagogues. Verse 43, here's your second hint. For they love the glory that comes from man more than the glory that comes from God. It was happening then, and it's happening today. I was a senior in high school, about ready to go to Dork College, which everybody in Geneva, Nebraska said, "Oh, you're going to Dork College. Perfect for you." Okay? And I remember sitting in a restaurant, a greasy spoon at lunchtime, and a hot summer day, and his name was Ken Robar, and he said to me, sitting across the table, "I hear you're going to become a preacher." And my answer was, "Are you out of your mind?" He says, "Well, you're going to Dork College." I said, "Yes, and it's just because that my parents are paying, my mom is paying for it. I want to play football at Peru." I denied Jesus because I worried more about what this old man thought than what God thought at that moment. What's going on with these Pharisees? We know there are 2 believers, don't we, in that synagogue right now. One of them is who? Joseph of Arimathea. Remember him? He's the one that loans his grave out to put Jesus in. He goes to get the body from Pilate after Jesus has died. He was one of the 70 leaders. Okay? There was also one other one. Remember who that was? No? Nicodemus, who came to him at night. Thank you, Clark. Wanting to know, well, after the end, after Jesus was crucified, he publicly admitted Jesus. Their fear of losing everything they had, there was as high on the ladder as they could go. And they weren't about to give that up yet. It still happens today. It still happened to me in that restaurant, and I'm a nobody. It can happen to anybody because they love what man says. Look at how it says that. They love the glory that comes from man more than the glory that comes from God. Why do people rebel against God? They love the glory of man more. They want to be part of the in crowd. There's reason number 2. Now, we go on. This is where the line splits. It sounds like Jesus is there talking to them right now, but he is not. Jesus has already hidden himself. Okay? John goes back and gives us all these 12 chapters squeezed into a little bitty box. And there's 3 very important things, because remember, we're trying to figure out, why do some people believe and some don't? What's the answer? We're about to find out. 44, and Jesus cried out and said, "Whoever believes in me," there's that word. And again, believes not in me, but in him who sent me. Number 1, Jesus says, whoever believes in me, if you believe in me, you believe in who sent me. Who sent Jesus? His Father. Why is this such a big idea? Why do we say, well, yeah, sure. People, it's simple. He was preaching to 90% Jews. Did the Jews believe in God the Father? Of course they did. But see, they didn't believe that Jesus was part of that. That's why Jesus constantly says, I'm here doing what? My Father's work. My Father whom you believe in. That's what I'm doing. So John comes back and tells us one more time, if you believe in me, whoever believes in me believes not in me, but in him who sent me. It's really not me, but it's God the Father you're believing in. He's trying to make the connection for them. And even today, the Muslims will say, well, we believe in Abraham, we believe in God. We even know of Jesus. No. Your God didn't send his son. Your God says you have to continually work on your salvation, even when you get to heaven. Why don't people believe in Jesus Christ? Because they don't link him with God the Father. First point, God sent his son. If you believe in him. What's next? 45. And whoever sees me sees him who sent me. Everything Jesus did was his Father's command. Remember when he says to the disciples as a whole, you know the Father. And Philip goes, what? We don't know the Father. And Jesus says, well, you know me. You've seen me. You know what I'm doing. I'm doing my Father's will. What I do is the Father. You know the Father because you're with me. You see, people, that's what we have to get here this morning, you and me. Jesus Christ did exactly what God wanted him to do every second he was on earth. So if Beth goes, well, I don't know how Jesus would handle this situation, how God the Father would handle this situation, you look to Jesus and it's exactly what he did. Those who have seen me, those who have seen everything I do, those who have seen how I healed the blind man, those who have seen how I love the children, how I have helped the poor, all these things, that's God. That's why when they don't believe in Jesus, they are rejecting God himself. They never made the connection. Well, that was back then, preacher. Let me ask you this. Have you ever heard this? I believe in a higher being. Do you believe in Jesus? No, you didn't hear me. I believe in a higher being. Created in the image of God. They know there's something out there. But they throw Jesus literally under the bus. When they don't believe in Jesus Christ, it is the greatest form of evil there is, because they are rejecting God himself. Some of you on your visits, you've heard me say to you, are you saved? You know why I ask you that? Because I'm your pastor and I want to know how can we get you where you need to be? I can't save you, but God can. And then there's the world famous answer. Oh, I think so. You want to keep a preacher up at night? Jesus is God in the flesh and was rejected. Verse 46, I have come into the world as light so that whoever believes in me may not remain in darkness. Jesus being the light. Yes, there's a baby back there, but there's a baby up here that's getting upset that you're paying more attention to that baby than this baby. We're both bald. Well, he's got more hair than I do. Thank you for bringing him up top, so now we can see he's got more hair. I'm so glad he's here, Michelle. You all know what it's like to be rejected. Jesus on Palm Sunday wept aloud when that burro turned and he saw Jerusalem, and he knew what was waiting. They had rejected him because he loved them. And if you're sitting there this morning going, I wish Jesus would care for me that much, he does. If you have any doubts, that is not from Jesus, that is not from the Holy Spirit. It's from the other side that wants you blinded in darkness. When we understand that saying no to Jesus is evil, we get a clear separation. Well, what about God choosing me and me choosing God? We haven't answered that question yet. You know what? We know it's there. Now listen to these two verses written together. We've talked about God's divine judgment. God blinds the eyes of those so they will not see. Well, give me an example. Pharaoh. Okay, you can go. And then what happened? God hardened his heart. Why? So that God may be glorified, so the whole world would know his power. 10 times he did that. Whoever sees me, verse 45, sees him who sent me. I have come into the world as light, so that whoever believes in me may not remain in darkness. You want to talk about you having a choice in this? Look at verse 47. If anyone hears my words and does not keep them, I do not judge him. Judge first time. For I did not come to judge the world, second time, but to save the world. What's he talking about? Jesus says that many times. I did not come to the earth to judge it, but to save it. That's exactly right. The first time Jesus came, what did he do? God incarnate came to what? Save us from our sins. I came to save the world. He's absolutely right. Okay, but what does he say? I didn't come to judge, but to save. The one who rejects me and does not receive my words has a judge. The word that I have spoken will judge him, fourth time, for the last day. What is going on here? People, this is man's play. This is free will. Okay? Look at it closely with me. The one who rejects me and does not receive my words has a judge. What acts as the judge? Right here. The word will judge every sinner. What to do, what not to do is right in here. The word I have spoken will judge him on the last day. First time Jesus comes to earth, you know this, he comes to save it. Second time, your time is over. He will judge between the living that go up and the dead that will go down. You do have a choice. Is God in complete control? Yes. But look what Jesus says in these two verses. It is the human side of it. Now, where these two cross is this way. Where we get, I'm just going to share this once, where these two get collided. Number one, if it's all God and we have nothing to say with it, I am what? Nothing but a robot. I'm going to hell. I have no choice in anything at all. I'm going to hell. And as a little boy, my loving God, I couldn't get my arms around it. What's the other way on free grace over here? Where does that get blown out of proportion? God has nothing to do with it. God never chose me before the earth was created. God's really not in control. Who's in control of all things? Me. That one don't float either, people. before the earth was formed, God chose you. And I want to stand on that one all my life. That's why we have both things in the Bible. But it's too hard for me to understand. People, the bus is full on that one. What must we do? We must believe the Word of God. Are some people in our church maybe a little too far this way and maybe some a little too far that way? Yes. I don't know. But let's learn together. Why do people not choose Jesus? Because they rebel against God in their hearts. Well, God said they couldn't come in. No, don't say that. That's not true. The one, verse 48, the one who rejects me, does not receive my words, has a judge. For I have not spoken on my own authority. Let me read to you. If you're all messed up right now in the head, it's okay. Let me read to you. Now I'm in John 1, verses 12 and 13. Why do people not believe in Jesus Christ? John 1, 12 and 13. But to all who did receive him, who believed in his name, he gave the right to become children of God. Verse 12 of chapter 1. Now listen to 13. Who were born not of blood, nor of will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God. Who chose who first? God chose us first. Thank you very much. Why is that such a big thing? Because I can trust in him and his love for me while I was still denying him at that restaurant. People, you know this. Salvation is from grace and grace alone. You see, your faith that you have been given, is what we talked about in Sunday school. Makes us want to do good works. Why? Because the biggest, goodest work ever done in our life was when Jesus came into our hearts by the Holy Spirit. Thank you. What does that make me want to do? It makes me want to give good works. Paul Washer, I said to you this last week, I'll say it again this week, says, there is no Christian without Christian living. Okay? He must have seen my college dorm room. I don't know. But it's true. You can talk as long as you want to, but if Jason tells me he believes in Jesus, but I don't see it in his life, I'm not judging him, but I have a pretty good idea. You think you can fool God? By grace alone. That's what we do good works for. That's what we live for, because what has been done for you and me. Now, back to the top. Stand up for what you believe in. Salvation, we talked about this in Sunday school also, is building your life with a relationship with Jesus Christ because he chose you, because you have come to him by grace through faith in Christ alone. That's how it works. John has squeezed all of this into us. And now we start chapters 13 through 17, which are the most precious chapters to me in all the Bible. Because Jesus has 6 hours with his disciples, and he lays it all on the line. He's about to go to the cross, and they're still fighting over who's the greatest. Don't ever feel rejected by God. Ever. You're hearing it again this morning from him. You have been chosen by grace through your faith in Jesus. Enjoy it, live it, love it, grow in it. I was praying last night in my study, and Beth's name came up to me, and poor Beth got a text from the preacher. Sure hope you can make it. Beth, I did think to myself, I wonder what she's thinking when she gets this. Why? Because we all need to know more and more and more. The more I know, he went, I'll take this one and 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 this one. It makes us grateful. I'm going to end with a verse from Scripture. Matthew 6:21. For where your treasure is, there your heart is also. Where's your treasure? In your heart. That's exactly right, Dorian. Let us pray. Father, we thank you for this time. We thank you for these powerful verses. We thank you for John's explanation to us this morning by the power of your Holy Spirit. Your grace is sufficient. Oh Lord, it is so much more than that. Let us walk out of here today so glad, so joyful, so thankful for what you have done. Let our lives reflect it. Let our love reflect it. Let our words reflect it. And Jesus, may we bring you glory. In the power of your glory, in the power of your name we pray. Amen. Now, Cody, before we are off, right? Before Cody.
All right. Well, folks, that was the service from Pastor Bill Richards, Sutton Community Church. I sadly will not be able to make service tomorrow because I got irrigation farming duties, and I've got to get my daughter to my niece's confirmation party tomorrow. So that one I will be unable to make it to, sadly. But still, wonderful guy, and I always enjoy all of his sermons. Great time. That was a great one as well. We got Bandit. Amen. May we all shine in the face of God. So very true. And on that note, as many of you know, I'm doing biblical verses of the week now. And, here, because I like all y'all, I'm going to let you in on a few things. This one is a couple that you know, a brand new one that I just read, and also a debut for a new video, all kind of strung together. One of them's a nature video that's just about 3-4 minutes. The other one is a brand new biblical verse. But without further ado, folks, wow, that was rather sudden. Let's get right into this before we move on with anything else, you beautiful folks. Oh, wait, hang on. Let's actually give you some audio, though. I like that idea.
Ephesians 3:6-19. That he would grant you, according to the riches of his glory, to be strengthened with might by his Spirit in the inner man, that Christ may dwell in your hearts by faith, that ye, being rooted and grounded in love, may be able to comprehend with all saints what is beneath and length and depth and height, and to know the love of Christ, which passeth knowledge, that ye might be filled with all the fullness of God. Ephesians 3:16-19, King James Version. This one is very special. It's also a very big shout out to Pastor Bill. Thank you very much. And folks, if there's a biblical verse you'd like me to read, one that means something to you, one that you find profound, one that you would just love to see you read out in God's creation somewhere, let me know, and I would love to do it for you. Just let me know any way you can get a hold of me. Folks, that was this biblical verse of the week. God bless. Travel well. Psalm 23, 1 through 6. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table for me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Psalm 23, 1 through 6. That is this biblical verse of the week. Folks, if there's a biblical verse you'd like me to read, one that means something to you, you find deeply profound, just let me know in whatever way you can get a hold of me. God bless every last one of you. I hope all of you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless you. Travel well.
What the?
How we doing, all y'all? This is a very special biblical verse of the week. This is a request by the great iCow Rich. So thank you very much. And this is his personal favorite biblical verse, Matthew 13, 10 through 17. And he prefers the King James Version. So here we go. And the disciples came and said unto him, Why speakest thou unto them in parables? He answered and said unto them, Because it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given. For whoso hath, to him shall be given, and he shall have more abundance. But whoever hath not, for him shall be taken away even that he hath. Therefore speak to them in parables, because they seeing see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand. And in them is fulfilled the prophecy of Isaiah, which saith, By hearing ye shall hear, and shall not understand. Seeing ye shall see, and shall not perceive. For this people's heart is waxed gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes they have closed, lest at any time they should see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and should understand with their hearts, and should be converted. I should heal them. But blessed are your eyes, for they see, and your ears, for they hear. For verily I say unto you, that many prophets and righteous men have desired to see those things which ye see, and have not seen them, and to hear those things which ye hear, and have not heard them. Matthew 13, 10 through 17. Aiko, this one's for you. there's a biblical verse you'd like me to read that has some special meaning to you, or just your favorite, or just one that you find beautiful and profound in some way, please just drop it in the comments or in any way you know to get a hold of me. God bless every last one of you folks. Travel well.
Keep safe.
How we doing, all y'all? This is another biblical verse of the week. This is one that was accidentally sent to me by my mother. She was meaning to send something else, but she sent this to me, and I thought, perfect. First Chronicles 16:34-5. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. And say, yea, save us, O God of our salvation, and gather us together, and deliver us from the heathen, that we may give thanks to thy holy name, and glory in thy praise. First Chronicles 16:34-5. Well, folks, if there's a biblical verse you'd like me to read, or something that just means something to you, or you find uniquely profound, please let me just know in the comments, or any way you can get a hold of me. God bless every last one of you. That was this biblical verse of the week. God bless. Travel well.
Elites, now that we've made travel so expensive, we have this hotel to ourselves.
Well, that's unfortunate. Well, we'll just wait till that passes. Well, that just must mean that there's such hunger for biblical verses out there that they're going to put advertisements on them now. Hey, we're moving on up in the world, folks.
58th Isaiah 6-10. Is not this the fast that I have chosen, to loose the bands of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, and let the oppressed go free, and that ye break every yoke? Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out to thy house? When thou seest the naked, that thou cover him, and that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh? Then shall thy light break forth as the morning, and thine health shall spring forth speedily, and thy righteousness shall go before thee. The glory of the Lord shall be thy reward. Then shalt thou call, and the Lord shall answer. Thou shalt cry, and he shall say, Here I am. If thou take away from the midst of thee the yoke, the putting forth of the finger, and speaking vanity, and if thou draw out thy soul to the hungry, and satisfy the afflicted soul, then shall thy light rise in obscurity, and thy darkness be as the noonday. Beautiful. So, folks, if there's a biblical passage that you'd like me to read, one that you find profound, just beautiful in some way, or has a meaning to you, please let me know. I love the beautiful, beautiful words that come from this profound book. And let's just enjoy this journey of life together. God bless. Travel well. John 13:1-17. Now before the feast of the Passover, when Jesus knew that his hour was come, that he should depart out of this world unto the Father, having loved his own which were in the world, he loved them unto the end. And supper being ended, the devil having now put into the heart of Judas Iscariot, Simon's son, to betray him. Jesus, knowing that the Father had given all things into his hand, and that he was come from God, and went to God, he riseth from supper, and laid aside his garments, and took a towel, and girded himself. After that, he poureth water into a basin, and began to wash the disciples' feet, and to wipe them with the towel wherewith he was girded. Then cometh he to Simon Peter, and Peter saith unto him, Lord, dost thou wash my feet? Jesus answered and said unto him, What I do thou knowest not now, but thou shalt know hereafter. Peter saith unto him, Thou shalt never wash my feet. Jesus answered him, If I wash thee not, thou hast no part with me. Simon Peter saith unto him, Lord, not my feet only, but also my hands and my head. Jesus saith to him, He that is washed needeth not save to wash his feet, but is clean every whit. And ye are clean, but not all. For he knew who should betray him. Therefore said he, Ye are not all clean. So after he had washed their feet, and had taken his garments, and was set down again, he said unto them, Know ye what I have done to you? Ye call me Master and Lord, and ye say, Well, for so I am. If I then, your Lord and Master, have washed your feet, ye ought to wash one another's feet. For I have given you an example that ye should do as I have done to you. Verily, verily, I say unto you, the servant is not greater than his Lord, neither he that is sent greater than he that sent him. If ye know these things, happy are ye if ye do them. John 13, 1 through 17. If there's a biblical verse you'd like me to read, or one that means something to you or you find deep and profound, please just let me know in the comments, and we can engage in this journey with this profound book together. God bless every last one of you. Travel well.
And so that is that particular playlist I'm putting together of biblical verses and a couple of nature videos kind of sprinkled throughout. I think that'll be a good one. I'm looking forward to that. So, let's see. Man should spend time in nature. It isn't scripture, but the speech from the obsolete man. Nice, nice. But yeah, so that's something I'm going to be doing going forward is the biblical verse of the week. So if there's a biblical verse that you'd like me to read, I'll find a beautiful place in God's creation to do it. And so, you know, there's a couple of things there's a few different directions we could go with this, folks. Let's see here. Let's just take a quick look. See. But you know, folks, there's a few different things I could do, but I know what I'm going to do. And it's something that's very necessary for me to do, despite what it may be necessary for you to do. And folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the K.O.E Nation for this very special time that we spent together this evening, folks. I'm so glad that I got to enjoy this evening with all of you. We got to have some fun with Zig Mover. We had some great times looking back at Big Buckin Empire. We had the word delivered to us this very evening, folks, and this very morning. Folks, God bless every last one of you. I hope all of you make it back here to the K.O.E Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless every last one of you. Travel well. Make it back here. I hope to be tomorrow night. We're going to be going live with Hazard Analysis, me and Tony G, and who knows, just a whole cast of characters of folks could be showing up that evening. It will be an amazing time. But folks, we are going to leave you with this poem of the week, The Alleluia Choir by one Mario Vitale. And it's one of the finer poems. It's one that a lot of people have been hungry for. God bless you all. Travel well.
How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This one is by the great Mario Vitale. This one is called Alleluia Choir. Look towards the death amidst a way to church. Lock knee to earth. There are billows left behind. You're still tough in the shadow, spreading the juice among men, feelings among men. A challenge to be free is a question in time. Who let the dogs out? Amidst its grace of letting go, Mass has ending soon. The love of God shines on. Going to miss the fight. Top hat billiards check. Among the armor rents, above the barren sod, basking in the vast expense, between heaven and earth, we look at flesh through each barren sheath. Love in fullest circles, attempt to awaken among each final curtain. Love within, lest you fall. Wake up to the goodness, the fresh in between. The Alleluia Choir by Mario Vitale. Folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know in the comments. I love the imagery of good poetry. So folks, God bless, travel well, and that was this Poem of the Week.